We're going to begin our prayer breakfast now for Ukraine. And I would like to ask Jordan Campbell with the Rambo Global to come up and introduce our presentation for this morning. Thank you so much. Jordan, please, the stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jordan Campbell, and I'm the director of the documentary film Ukraine Under Fire. And I'd like to quickly thank Dan Martinez, my diplomatic liaison here in Washington, and my esteemed guest, Irina Andruk. Congressman Pittenger, I'd really like to thank you for your leadership this week and for hosting this morning's prayer breakfast to honor all Ukrainians and the sovereign nation of Ukraine. My esteemed friend Ann Basham, who chairs the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Task Force on Human Trafficking, recently shared a quote with me which all journalists will greatly appreciate. And she says, quote, "Images shape public opinion, and public opinion shapes public policy." As a freelance journalist and as an independent documentary filmmaker, I've covered Russia's all-out invasion of Ukraine across 4 missions to the country, each time deep into the kinetic Donbass region. I've worked closely with humanitarian aid organizations, riding shotgun and ambulances into the recently liberated cities of Bucha, Boryachanka, and Irpin, where I've witnessed the aftermath and the brutal atrocities committed by Russian forces. Near the besieged city of Donetsk, I've embedded with military hospitals and filmed countless soldiers coming in with explosive, devastating wounds, forever changing their young lives. I've embedded with frontline medics near the zero line just outside Bakhmut, and I've seen the destruction of small villages and hamlets where completely innocent civilians have been forced to flee their homes from the endless shelling and rocket attacks. In Konstantinivka, I've witnessed firsthand Russian cluster bombs exploding over our heads above the quiet suburban neighborhoods and actually killing local civilians. Finally, I've received testimonials from military commanders who speak of even more egregious war crimes committed by Russian forces, including sexual violence against women and children. The 6-minute video production that you're about to see highlights 2 central characters, Ms. Olga Butko, a celebrated journalist for Ukraine's Rada television, and Mr. Peter Fouché, a brave frontline medic from the UK who is defending the country from Russia's unprecedented and illegal invasion. While both of these characters will focus your attention on war crimes and genocide, our planned feature-length film will highlight the nation's desire towards European integration and its path for NATO membership, and a promising democracy with investment-grade reconstruction opportunities. We are experiencing an inflection point in global history where our failure to provide humanitarian, military, and financial support for Ukraine is a reversal of 75 years of US foreign policy and time-tested alliances with our European partners. This is a moment where boldness and solidarity are required to stand up to dangerous authoritarian regimes, where American leadership and values are required to fortify the world's backsliding democracies and finally eliminate the Soviet hangover, which continues to challenge the free world and impede individual and universal self-determination. Distinguished parliamentarians, diplomats, and esteemed guests, as we approach the dark 2-year anniversary of Russia's all-out invasion, I understand how easy it is to become overwhelmed in the fog and fatigue of this war. But in our moments of stillness, we must give ourselves one clear-eyed reminder: Russia simply needs to leave the sovereign nation of Ukraine, and this terrible conflict will come to an end. Here now is the 6-minute teaser of Ukraine Under Fire. May we pray and continue to stand in solidarity with our Ukrainian brothers and sisters. Thank all of you very much, and Slava Ukraine.
You always think that it's not going to happen to you. It's not going to happen to people you love. Because I don't know why. You just think that you are lucky, that, I don't know, God loves you. Now I know how it is to be present in news while you figure out that somebody's died. I went to the funeral of my friend, and this cemetery. Now they put the flag on each grave with a soldier, and it's like, it's endless. You can't see the end of those flags.
My name is Peter Fouché. I'm a medic and a soldier and a humanitarian. Our patient last night was badly wounded on his left leg. Russian genocidal maniacs fired phosphorus warhead at our position last night. It was quite painful to hear him ask, am I going to live through this? And it was bloody nice to be there to say, yes, son, you are. I don't know which is more prevalent in this war, soldiers being killed or war crimes being committed. Schools are being bombed, hospitals are being bombed. There are jets flying over here daily, dropping cluster munitions on residential areas. That's that's another. So you get the 3 explosions, and then you get the cassettes being pumped out. Cluster bombs. The Russians are firing rockets at us, fitted with cassettes that contain hundreds of little grenade-size cluster munitions. Cluster bombs banned by the Geneva Convention, so they're committing war crimes, international war crimes every day by using the types of weapons that they are.
Deportation is a huge part of genocide. They start to deporting children from February last year. We're talking about 16,000. They try to describe their decisions like they do it for the human rights of Russian people or something like that, for children of Donbass, etc., etc. But we realize and we understand that it's bullshit.
This man is a journalist, a filmmaker. He traveled to the country to see for himself.
You can just see behind me the destruction is enormous here. Massive missile strikes and a combination of that and just hot fire all the way around.
This isn't even my nation, this isn't my country, but I feel this burning sense of injustice and anger to what I've seen. Commander, along your experience during this war, have you seen evidence of war crimes committed by Russia?
Я на протязі всіх 9 років війни спостерігаю військові злочини зі сторони Російської Федерації. Моя група захищала і ми розбили колону. Ми погнали вперед, пішли вперед, розбили колону, почалась зачистка і ми знайшли розстріляних цивільних місцевих біля дворів. То було в районі Херсону, там де я перевоював до цього, спочатку 24 лютого. Багато було зґвалтувань жінок місцевих, дітей. Буча, всі бачили, Ірпінь, тут можна розмовляти, Ізюм, коли викопали в Ізюмі 400 з гаком розстріляних українських.
Raping, torturing, massive graves. What is this? We have this source, I told you, General Prosecutor, office created, so you can go and register war crime. If you have pictures, evidence, everything, you just put it there. And there is more than 7,000 stories there now.
Злочини, які мають бути покарані цивілізованим світом, і має відбутись міжнародний трибунал, суд, де він буде проходити.
just because one person decided that he can start this war, that he needs this country, that he wants to destroy our nation, our history, everything.
So very sad. Pastor and Jerry Regier, if y'all could please come up. We're going to have two gentlemen pray for Ukraine.
It's hard to pray after that. How many Ukrainians are here right now? Would you stand to your feet? For those of you here, would you stretch a hand toward these Ukrainian people? She's a retired lieutenant colonel, decorated in the Ukrainian Air Force. And so thank you, Irina. No, keep standing as we pray. Father, we lift up, God, the country of Ukraine. God, we can't take it anymore, God. I pray, God, you would give them victory from your throne in heaven, God. You would give the Ukrainian people victory over the Russians, God, the criminal, the war criminal, God, Putin, and his education secretary. May they be caught and brought back to The Hague and tried, God, for their crimes against Ukrainian people. Father, we pray for victory for the Ukrainians. God, we won't quit. We declare to you, we won't quit. And for everyone represented here from Ukraine, God, I pray that, Father, you would multiply to their relatives, to their family, God. I pray, Father, that you would give peace and hope, God, to every family in Ukraine right now. God, that this year would be a turning year for peace and victory in Ukraine. For God, we gave you nothing, but you gave us everything. And God, we do believe that you deserve all the glory, all the power, all the honor, God. And we thank you for what you're going to do, God, in the nation of Ukraine. And we declare we won't quit, God. We'll continue to pray. We'll continue to fight in prayer. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen. Thank you.
Psalm 121. I will lift up my eyes to the hills. From whence comes my help? My help comes from the Lord, who made heaven and earth. Father God, we come before you. We come before you as those you've created. We come before you to honor you, to give praise to you, to say that we love you and we follow your commandments. Father, I pray today for the people of Ukraine. I pray that you will put your arms around those who have been devastated by lost family members, those whose homes have been destroyed, those whose businesses have been destroyed. I pray that you would put your arms around those people and share that there is hope. I pray that they would know that you can bring hope. I pray that they would know that many around the world, including those in this room from many countries, are lifting our hearts to you, asking you to heal those people and to heal the Ukrainians and to heal their land. We are devastated by what is taking place there, and so we ask for your mercy, for your grace to be on the families of Ukraine. We pray that you would bring an end to this conflict and that you would place your hand upon the leaders of both countries to bring this to an end. And we pray this believing that you are in control. We pray in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen. Thank you. Recognize we are those here of many faiths, those who came to pray to the God whom they know, who they believe in. So we respect each of you from of your own witness in life. Now, I'll go with our program. I'd love to have our first panel come forward for the program today on cryptocurrency, supervision, and regulation. Mr. Yaya Fanusie, Director of Policy for AML and Cyber Risk with Crypto Council for Innovation. Ms. Lilita Infante, Chief Executive Officer, CAT Labs, former U.S. Department of Justice Special Agent. And Mr. Klaich, Deputy Director, Policy, Chamber Digital Commerce. Thank each of y'all for your presentation today on, as a follow-up to our panel yesterday on cryptocurrency and dealing with supervision and regulation of this effort. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lily, and I'm CEO of CAT Labs, and I'm going to be loosely moderating. We're going to have a panel today instead of, every person kind of doing their own spiel. We're going to do our own spiel for about 2 to 3 minutes just to introduce ourselves and talk about what keeps us up at night about this topic, and then we'll go into a discussion. And I'm going to ask Chris to start, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Congressman, for the opportunity to be here. It's an honor to be here, spend these last 2 days, yesterday and today, with all of you here. And just to give you a quick intro, my name is Kristopher Klaich. I'm the Deputy Director of Policy at the Chamber of Digital Commerce. We're the first and largest trade association representing the industry, so we have a very wide group of members that we represent, from the traditional finance sector all the way to blockchain native companies like Bitcoin miners. So before I got in this field, I spent most of my career in the national security field, working in places like Saudi Arabia, Afghanistan, and doing some work with the U.S. military in Afghanistan, back here in the U.S., as well as some other law enforcement and counterterrorism related issues. So my mindset in coming to this industry is certainly focused on that aspect of this industry, the digital asset industry. So I want to set a little bit of context surrounding the use of and regulation of digital assets to set some of the things that we may speak about. First, here in the U.S., there's been much talk about the use of digital assets in illicit finance, and in particular, financing Hamas prior to its attack on Israel. It absolutely is true that they raised funds via crypto. And just as concerning, North Korea has effectively hacked crypto platforms, stealing billions of dollars over the last few years that prop up the regime and fund its nuclear weapons program. This is unacceptable. But at the same time, only around 0.25% of crypto transactions are illicit, and the UN estimates that 2 to 5% of transactions in the traditional finance world are illicit. That means that it's at least an order of magnitude more in the traditional world. On top of that, the volume of transactions of dollars or whatever currency are being traded is somewhere in the order of magnitude of 100 or 1,000 times greater in the traditional world compared to the crypto world. So that puts the volume of currency being transacted illicitly in the crypto world somewhere around 1/10,000th or 1/1000th compared to the traditional world. So I think we need to keep that in mind as we have the discussion about how terrible or difficult or effective crypto is in illicit finance, whether it be for anti-money laundering or terrorism financing. So on the other hand, as an open and transparent ledger of transactions, blockchain technology facilitates the tracking, tracing, and dismantling of blockchain-based terrorist funding and has proven enormously effective for law enforcement. Consider that a former deputy CIA director has written about how use of crypto in illicit finance is greatly exaggerated and an incredible tool to track down bad actors. According to the Treasury Department's assessment of terrorism financing, the lion's share of funding moves through the traditional banking system or cash, and the Deputy Treasury Secretary Adeyemo recently stated that, quote, the use of crypto is not the vast majority of the way these groups are funded. A former Israeli government official that is one of the foremost counterterrorism financing experts in the world recently testified here at the Senate Banking Committee saying, crypto is currently a very small part of the puzzle. The major funding channels were, and remain state funding Iran and others, those are the major players. Most of the funds are still being transferred by the traditional channels we know from the past. And maybe most telling, earlier this year, Hamas itself informed its donors to discontinue use of Bitcoin in funding them for the protection of their own donors. And on top of that, more recently, there's been next to no funding for Hamas post October 7th. And that has been the result of a partnership between law enforcement and counterterrorism officials in the US and Israel and other countries working together to shut down accounts that Hamas and other groups like Palestinian Islamic Jihad had at crypto exchanges. Just yesterday, Senator Marshall told us that the banking industry wrote his anti-money laundering bill that would in effect kill the crypto industry in the US. Is it logical for a legacy industry to draft a bill that would eliminate a competing industry? Should we trust them to understand the nuance and detail of a technology they have not developed or used extensively? I deeply respect the senator's intent to limit illicit finance, but this approach is illogical, and that is not borne out in some of the bills, that is borne out in some of the bill's provisions. Perhaps most notably, that mining and validating computers that run on software are not banks, and regulation and law should be nuanced to account for that. We appreciate the Treasury's and many of members of Congress focus on improving the utility, safety, and legitimacy of the digital asset industry. But we need common sense, constructive action based on reality instead of mischaracterizations or misunderstanding to get this right. And the blockchain industry must rise to the occasion and do a better job to help build this technology to protect our security in partnership with Treasury and law enforcement and Congress. So, given that context, China's foray into blockchain is alarming. It accounts for 84% of all blockchain patent applications globally. It has plans for Blockchain Research Center to connect universities, developers, and businesses to encourage industry growth. China's homegrown blockchain system has been operating for over 3 years and integrates data directories from more than 80 government departments in Beijing, 16 districts, and more than 10 social institutes. More than 500,000 data directories, thank you, appreciate it. More than 500,000 data directories and 2,700 information systems are managed in real time on the blockchain in China. Shanghai has plans to build a blockchain infrastructure by the end of 2025 for application in fields such as digital assets, transportation, industrial Internet of Things, supply chain, finance, and carbon management. China is developing an internationally focused blockchain-based services network to incorporate trade, global trade and development. That means they're coming for us in this room and all of your nations and citizens. China has already begun implementing a CBDC, as we discussed a little bit yesterday, linked to a social credit system to control, manipulate their population, and it will look to expand that internationally. What does this mean for your countries? There are enormous economic opportunities as well as national security risks associated with this technology. And I envision a world in which all nations will be forced to choose between aligning closely with a Chinese-led and controlled blockchain-based economic system or a freer, open, collaborative, and constructive one that's led by the US, its friends, and its allies. So I would posit that for you to think about and for us to chat about this morning. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Although I know you've been here, for those of you who have traveled, welcome again from me. My name is Yaya Fanusie, Director of Policy for Anti-Money Laundering and Cyber Risk at the Crypto Council for Innovation. And by way of background, before I give a couple of maybe framing thoughts, in my own background, I worked from 2005 to 2012 in the US intelligence community, where I was an analyst, mostly focused on counterterrorism. I was a counterterrorism analyst for most of that time. I did not deal with crypto back then. Sometimes people think I was doing crypto, but I only started looking at crypto when I left government. And so what I'd like to frame for just a few minutes is really the national security lens that I think may resonate with many of you, because the national security policy issues around digital assets or crypto, or I'll say digital assets writ large, are multidimensional. And the posture to address them has to be multidimensional. And I'll explain kind of why I'm seeing that just from my own observation over the years. And even before I came to CCI, what I was doing, I was a researcher looking at national security risks and financial technologies. So I'll separate them sort of 3 dimensions for you to think about based on my own personal experience. Number one is dealing with the short-term, straightforward risk. And this, I would say, in 2016 for me, when I started learning about Bitcoin, it was through this national security lens of how are bad actors using crypto assets today. That was the main focus in 2016, 2017, because many policymakers did not know that much about crypto. It was arriving on the scene. It had been on the scene for a few years. But in that era, we were really focusing on, okay, how are bad actors using it? That's I would say, the straightforward issue, policy issue that you have to grapple with. And then pretty soon, once you start looking at that risk, you realize, okay, here's another form of financial transfer mixed with other forms. Okay, we got to figure out how to stop bad actors from using it, and then also how to keep them. It's a cat and mouse game. They're trying to hide their tracks. We have to figure out how to go after them. Because of the blockchain, and I think Chris mentioned this, is transparent, there are tools. And this is when you sort of learn about, okay, blockchain analysis. So that's the sort of the first thing. But that's, I would say, the first bucket or the first dimension. How do you stop bad actors from using crypto? And in the US at Treasury in 2013, the US implemented anti-money laundering, countering the financing of terrorism rules around the crypto industry since 2013. So those AML, CFT rules have been in place. Again, that's the first dimension and a critical immediate dimension of the immediate risks. I would say later, 2018-ish to maybe 2021, I would say is it's complicated stage when looking at digital assets and crypto. Why? Because what I started seeing was what I would call, for lack of a better term, crypto rogues. And this is when we started thinking about the nation-state geopolitical elements. Why? North Korea started hacking crypto exchanges. You started to see, even with the terrorist financing that I was looking at earlier, more sophistication, right? Crypto obviously becoming more mainstream. That means that the criminals are going to get more sophisticated, more understanding of the tools. But then also there was a new thing which emerged, which was nation-state actors investing in and learning about the technology as a potential way, in their eyes, maybe to evade sanctions. And this is something that sort of is ongoing. But we started to see that Russia started investing in blockchain technology, research, thinking about its banking sector, which is highly sanctioned. We started to see Iran similarly investing in crypto technology, blockchain technology. Even some of you may remember Venezuela had this failed project that it said was going to create a crypto token in order to evade sanctions. So this is a different dimension. Right? This is now nation-state actors sort of thinking more longer term. It's not just about stealing crypto and money laundering crypto that still exists and still existed, but we started to see this emerge where it's a little bit more complicated. And then that leads to the third stage, because also around this time we started to see China, maybe with different position, but China also thinking about alternative financial rails. And this is when we get to central bank digital currencies. I would say the third dimension that I'm thinking a lot about is what's been maybe the past, since 2022 and to the present, what I would call winning the future. So this is a different dimension in thinking about digital assets. And what that is that now there's emerging a bit of a race of strategic competition, because all of this innovation that's happening, it's not just happening in the crypto space. Crypto innovates, and then you see central bankers see, oh, look at this technology. Maybe we could innovate. You see the private sector thinking about, oh, maybe we could merge different aspects of this technology. So you have this spectrum of different forms of digital money, all sort of, I don't know if you'd say competing, or at least being available with in the financial sector and tech sector. This is all happening. So we're in the middle of this, this transition period, where different actors are trying to win the future. And I'll end with what I'm seeing, and for you to think about as you think about your situations. China, which we mentioned and has been talked about a lot the past 2 days. So China has for almost a decade been researching blockchain technology, and also been considering and is planning its own CBDC, central bank digital currency. China, this CBDC is not just about the currency. It's really part of a broader direction for China to digitize and intelligentize, and those are terms that the Chinese Communist Party uses, in its whole economy and its whole way of life. And so it's a very clear digital vision of having data being able to be accessed by the state, controlled by the state, financial data as well to be ingested. All of this might sound dystopian, but it's really pretty clear when you look at what the Chinese government is doing. We're seeing more sophistication in that, and China trying to get other countries to coordinate with ways of joining the CBDC experiment. So with this as the backdrop, it's interesting because you have two visions emerging. One is digital finance, which will be very much controlled, which could be used to potentially dispel, to squash dissension, to surveil the population for political terms, with the government having control. That's this vision, which is in the Chinese government model. And then you have, I think, the ethos which the cryptocurrency space has had for its beginning, which is about decentralization, users sort of controlling, not being subject to the government. You have different visions. And I think now there's a question of, well, what is going to be, as finance is innovating, as finance is advancing, what will be the digital future for finance? Financial privacy is key to this, right? And so right now you have a discussion of, how do you preserve privacy, which has been a big issue in the crypto space because crypto is so public, people have created ways to anonymize behavior, to try to hide behavior, obscure, some of it for benign purposes, some of it for illicit activity. So now we're at a situation where me as a national security thinker, I'm thinking about, if China has this vision of a very much controlled, no privacy sort of digital world, then how can that be countered? What is going to be the alternative vision? Some of that, some of the guidance for that, or some of the insights for how to do that may come from what we see happening in the crypto space. Because this crypto space, I'd say right now, is at a different stage. There's an understanding that if crypto is going to be around, it's going to have to deal with the issues of illicit risk and compliance with anti-money laundering rules. There's a need for privacy, but there's also a need to comply with regulations against terrorist financing, anti-money laundering, and sanctions evasion. So we're at this period right now where people are developing and building privacy with compliance. So I'll end by saying the question for the future is, what will be the digital model for finance in the future? Will it be the Chinese model? And then if it's not going to be, what countries, like-minded countries like ours, how can we develop the technology to preserve privacy while also complying and respecting with the laws for national security and anti-money laundering purposes? I know these are just seeds. There's a lot more for us to discuss, so I'll just leave you with that, and I look forward to our discussion. Thank you.
So I'll keep mine super short so we can get into the discussion because it's going to be spicy. We have some differing opinions here, so it's going to be great. So I'm Lily, I'm CEO of Cat Labs, and in short, Cat Labs builds technology to fight cryptocurrency-enabled crime. And in the past 10 years, until last year when I left the government, I was working in the government as what some may call a crypto cop for about 10 years. And about 10 years ago, I started a task force, a federal task force that focused exclusively on cryptocurrency-enabled crime. And at the time, I was really young and very ambitious and wanted to explore how cryptocurrency was being used, not only for dark web uses, which was basically its first use case, but also for maybe money laundering by traditional criminal organizations, which didn't really pick up until very recently in the past few years, and also terrorist financing, and also adversarial nation states financing their nuclear arms programs, et cetera. And so in the last 10 years, I've seen it all. I've seen how crypto is being used for bad things, right? And that perspective is probably the deepest perspective that you'll ever see as it comes to, okay, is crypto bad, right? Is crypto being only used for scams, hacks, and fraud? Do we really care about this industry? Why don't we just regulate it out of existence so we don't have to worry about it anymore? My opinion here is, yes, I've seen the worst of crypto and the worst of crypto use for bad purposes, but at the same time, I believe in the technology, and not just because, freedom to the people, et cetera, but the technology is our only chance really to fight cyber warfare, because it's cryptography, and we need to keep research and development in cryptography in this country. Cryptography is our best chance at fighting, first of all, quantum computing when it comes out in the coming years. It's not that far away. Quantum computing is going to be very challenging for us, right? It's going to break a lot of our current encryptions, and we have to be proactive. And the best way to be proactive is to do research and development, proactive research and development, and develop tools proactively and before the threat happens, right? We don't want to be reactive when quantum computing comes out, which is why we need to continue developing cryptographic solutions, and the best way to do that is to not kill this industry. So that is kind of the thing that keeps me up at night, is the balance between sound regulation and fighting the bad actors that are misusing this technology, and also preserving research and development in this field. And here I'll start the discussion off by posing the first question and to the group here. So what do you guys think is the biggest threat in illicit finance and crypto? Because I think one of the best things that we can do is prioritize the threats, right? If we want to create sound regulation.
Sorry, I'm Oonagh McDonald. I was asked to join the panel to replace one of the participants listed who unfortunately had to drop out. So I agreed to do this late during the reception yesterday evening. So glad to be here. First of all, I think a distinction has to be made between blockchain technology and the uses to which it has subsequently been put. Blockchain technology can be used to good effect, and I have one or two examples of that which I may introduce later. But I want to focus on two things. You've heard a great deal about transparency. It is not as simple as that. If you want to buy a Bitcoin and then to send the amount you bought to someone else, then you have to have the private key and the public key. So what that results in, that is assuming you've managed to remember your private key, and there are notorious incidents of people who've lost their private keys and have lost an awful lot of money. They should have had the wit to write it down and put it into their safes at home, but apparently not. Now, you have to have those two keys. So what this means is, yes, you can see the transaction. You can see that A sent 10 Bitcoins to B, but you don't know who A is, and you don't know who B is. And it's difficult to find that out. You can find that out, and this happens sometimes, if the sender is stupid enough to purchase his Bitcoins from his own IP address, then that can be searched. And then you can find out, taking that starting point, who the recipient might be. So with considerable effort, you can dig into those transactions, but it takes time and effort, sometimes days, to find out who A is and who B is. So there are two elements always of all of these digital assets being transferred from one person or from one organization to another. You need to know who holds the private key, and that is, of course, the point of the private key. And if you go back to what Satoshi said in his manifesto, you find that that was very much the point. It was to be peer-to-peer transactions without the intermediacy of any other financial institution whatsoever. So not as transparent as has been claimed. That's the first point. Secondly, I want not only to refer to Bitcoin, which may not be the best way of getting monies that you want quickly to the recipient, but then you can use the stable coins and notoriously Tether. Tether its circulating supply is 90 billion tethers. It claims to be 1-to-1, one tether pegged to $1. Now, in order to make that claim substantial, you have to, thank you, you have to have the reserves. Tether is based in a British Crown dependency, I'm sorry to say, the British Virgin Islands. It is registered only as a company there. It is not registered as a virtual asset service provider, which it should be under the current legislation, which BVI has just passed. We're supposed to have done that by July the 31st. It has not done so. I checked BVI's website yesterday and couldn't find Tether on it at all. So it's still not been done. So that is not regulated at all. Its claim to have the relevant number of dollars is provided by, is substantiated allegedly, by simply an attestation by BVO, an accountancy firm based in Milan. But it is not an audit. They do not go through the books with a fine-tooth comb to find out where the reserves are and which bank has them. There are various journalists suggest this, that, or the other place, but no one actually really knows for sure. No one has gone to a bank and the bank has admitted holding any of the relevant reserves for Tether. By the way, the chief finance officer, which I find interesting, does not reside in the British Virgin Islands. He resides in Milan. Chief financial officer was formerly a surgeon dealing with breast implants and decided that plastic surgery was not the future for him. This was much more interesting. So there you are. How to deal with this? I just want to make this last point so that I don't take up all the time, leave others to reply, is transparency. Partly to protect the consumers, the purchasers of Tether, because if you look at Tether's website, which is full of the wonders of Tether, of course, what it doesn't tell you is, what it should tell you is, how do you redeem your Tethers for dollars? Is there a cost involved in that? Is there a delay? Are you limited in the number of Tethers that you can withdraw on any one occasion? And what happens if a lot of people want to withdraw their Tethers and turn them into dollars, or to redeem them, in other words, all at once? Interesting question, because that is, the answer to that we don't know, but we suspect that the dollars will not be there in a liquid form to enable Tether to redeem a large number of holders of Tether at once. And then, of course, you'll have a run of it, on it. Just as a last point, because I do agree with this being a matter of context as well, and of course, the traditional financial world is vastly different and vastly larger than the world of crypto. Interesting point. After the collapse of Luna and of FTX, which, and those of you may follow the trial of SBF in your Wall Street Journal and in other newspapers. Very interesting indeed. Continues, confidence in the market really did collapse. So last year, mid-year, the total crypto market, according to Coinbase cap, was about $3 trillion. This morning, I checked, $1.1 trillion. So it is a shrinking market at the moment because too many bad actors and too little regulation. And I'm not here talking only about money laundering, but you properly referred to fraud, and there are many people who wish that they had never heard of Luna and never heard of FTX, because the losses, and this always concerns me, the losses for ordinary consumers, people coming forward in the autumn talking, or in the fall, I should say, since I'm in America now, in the fall, talking about that was going to be my deposit on a house. That was going to pay for my child's education. That was going to help finance medical treatment, and so on. All gone, completely.
May I?
With very little possibility of getting it back. So the consumer is not properly protected in terms of regulation, not in the US, but more likely in the EU as markets in crypto assets legislation comes into force. But that's a delay for that to fully come into force. So that's the issues as I see them.
May I add a couple of notes? And that's all absolutely true and accurate. And I'll add a little nuance and color to that. Bitcoin is anonymous in the sense you don't see Bill sending Jane a Bitcoin, but companies that are forensic analysis blockchain companies have mapped out somewhere in the order of 90 to 95% of the entire chain. I don't recall the exact percentage, but that means they have attributed the addresses to a person or organization, giving them a risk score. It's in the 90th percentile. It'll never be 100% because there are always new addresses being made, and it's a cat and mouse game where these companies are tracking them to identify bad actors. So Bitcoin, that people don't use Bitcoin at this point to do illicit financial activity. They use other chains like Tron, that's the largest one right now, and these forensic analysis companies will continue to track and map out all these networks over time. Stablecoins, there's been issues with stablecoins. The industry has been asking for regulation so that we can avoid some of these terrible things that have happened in the past, Luna and other things. And I would say that regarding Tether, we don't know if you can redeem, if everybody rushed to the door to redeem their Tether. We don't know if they would all receive it. But I will tell you that if you go to your bank and everybody else goes to their bank, you will not receive your money. Banks hold somewhere in the single percentile reserves to match the cash that they put out that's in our pockets. That's a global, that happens in Europe, every country in the world, here included. So we know, and we saw earlier this year, 3 banks collapsed. That's likely to happen again. It's actually guaranteed to happen again at some point in the future. That's the way the banking system is set up. And then on the issue of the fluctuation of the market value in the crypto world, it absolutely has crashed and devastated a lot of people. I will admit, and my wife, if she's watching this, will commiserate and be frustrated. Like, we've lost money with a lot of people on some things that we've purchased. That's absolutely true. But it's actually part of the normal market cycle and what you would actually expect for a nascent industry and asset class as it's growing. And that cycle has happened 3 times already, where there's been a massive buildup and then a crash, but not as low as it was before, and a massive buildup. And right now, we're in probably a massive buildup that is likely to push the market cap of what it was, around 3 trillion, several times higher than that over the next couple of years. Who knows the future, but that's very likely to happen.
Just one point here, of course. If a bank collapses, you are covered here by the federal deposit insurance, and in Europe the same, in the UK the same. Some of the stable coins actually have the temerity to claim that they are covered by the FDIC in America. I've seen that on them. And that, of course, is not true. No one is protecting your losses through stable coins because no one knows where your reserves are and how you are managing your business. That is the problem. And Tether, by the way, as I indicated to you very clearly, is deliberately avoiding being regulated, and it is by far and away the largest stable coin on the market. It occupies about 65% of the stable coin market.
And I'm actually really happy that we're talking about stablecoins first, because it's not only about the bank run risks that we have with stablecoins, and I think both, Chris and Oonagh, you both agree that it needs to be regulated. Stablecoins need to be regulated, right? But Tether, for example, on Tron has been used a lot in money laundering by all kinds of criminals, traditional criminal organizations included, drug traffickers. And the use of Tether on Tron has exploded exponentially in the past few years. And the reason they went to Tether mostly was because Ethereum was congested, the network was congested and too expensive to use, so they ended up moving on Tron. And the advent of stablecoins being liquid has really exploded its use by criminal organizations, because they can move money across borders very quickly and efficiently without the risk of volatility that comes with Bitcoin or Ethereum. Back many, many years ago, maybe about a decade ago, I was screaming at the top of my lungs that, oh, crypto is going to be used for money laundering, you just see. And then I actually started some of the earliest undercover operations to test if bad guys wanted to use crypto with drug traffickers, if bad guys wanted to use crypto for money laundering purposes. And they tested it out and they didn't like it. Why? Because it was volatile. Yes, of course, it lets you send money from one area to another very quickly, very efficiently, but at the same time, you don't know the price of that asset, what it's going to be when it reaches your destination. So that's a big risk. So what the stable coins did, and the way in which that the industry exploded and exploded the kind of variety of stable coins that are available in the market and the liquidity associated with it, because you couldn't move $50 million in Tether easily or cash it out easily before, but now you can do it pretty easily because of the liquidity. So that's a big problem, and I think we all agree that regulation of stablecoins is super important. It's one of the biggest risks.
Can I?
No,
go
ahead.
I just wanted to jump in with to zero in on your question, right? What is the biggest illicit finance risk? I'll have two answers, because I think one, it kind of depends on, again, what dimension. If the question is sort of the everyday person, the daily life, or the biggest illicit finance challenge, I would say it's definitely scamming, right? That's something that's impacting. I mean, you just mentioned, well, I don't know if that's not what you were referring to, but in terms of like the everyday person coming to you saying, hey, something bad has happened to me, probably it is because they were very maybe new to this sector, this asset, and invested some money and lost it, not because of the volatility. I mean, that's something that people deal with definitely, but some true fraud. And that's wide, it's wide, the scale is very wide, because there are a lot of scammers that are just using crypto as just one, the latest thing in their mechanism. The way to deal with that, or the reason why that happens, is they're getting away with being able to cash out, right? So there could be a scammer that's all the way across the country, and then the victim is here, and then the victim, maybe they just get a crypto wallet account, and then they send it to the scammer. The scammer is all the way across the world and is using an exchange that doesn't really have good know your customer practices, and that scammer is able to cash out easily. What can the US do about it? What can the FBI do about it? It's going to be very, very difficult. That's probably the biggest risk that the everyday person is dealing with in crypto. If we think about it from a national security perspective, it's really more about, well, then what are the national security issues? And I would say two things, and they all relate to overseas exchanges. I would say one of the biggest risks would be North Korea. North Korea being able to, launder and get away with, or to hack hundreds of millions worth of dollars in crypto and then cash out some of that. I would also put the issue of terrorist financing, as we're seeing, not as a national security issue where countries like Iran are able to funnel funds to, let's say, terrorist groups. How are they able to do that? And how is North Korea able to cash out? The weak point in our regulatory system is these exchanges, like I mentioned with the scamming example, where there are Iranian exchanges that are able to send funds. North Korea is able to cash out, oftentimes through middlemen that are in China, and cash out. The big risk, the question there, and I think this was pointed out in one of the panels yesterday with North Korea, how is North Korea getting hundreds of millions of dollars worth of value anyway? Because of very pure, it's all through cyber hacking. It's not like they're earning it. Yeah, they've done some things where they're trying to do crypto. I mean, it's through hacking and poor cybersecurity, where some of these firms do not have, strong cybersecurity measures, and their millions of dollars are being stolen by North Korea.
Yeah, and crypto has made it very easy to monetize hacks, because it doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can hack into a DeFi protocol or an exchange that has bad cybersecurity and finance your nuclear arms program, right? It's very, very easy. And resources that these countries are spending on finding zero-day attacks and vulnerabilities in different crypto protocols, as well as entities and asset managers and custodians, is very well worth it for them. And that is one of the biggest. I think that I'm really happy that you brought this up, the cybersecurity issue. And I'm going back again to cybersecurity being one of the biggest issues, and is in our cyber warfare that we're in now, and that we're going to continue to be in. And it's going to get harder because technology is evolving, and we need to evolve the technology that fights the bad guys misusing the technology, both when it comes to illicit finance and crypto, and when it comes to cybersecurity and quantum computing, and how that can also be used, against us. And cryptography, like I said before, is the easiest and best way to protect ourselves from the dangers of cyber attacks. So better cryptography, and I think. I wanted to bring it back actually to what Chris said about the percentage of illicit crypto activity, which I actually don't agree with. And I think the reason I don't agree with it is because it's very difficult to quantify. A lot of the information that we have is on-chain data that's attributed to certain addresses. But from my experience when I was working as a crypto cop, a lot of the illicit activity and money laundering happens with cash, right? So like drug traffickers, for example, they'll have cash, let's say, in the United States, and then they need it moved to Colombia or Mexico. That transaction it's very hard to attribute that transaction if, let's say, $10 million gets picked up in New York and gets put into an exchange, or it gets transferred directly to a Mexican broker, for example, and then that Mexican broker exchanges it for fiat currency or just keeps it. It's very, very difficult to attribute that to criminal activity, and it's very difficult to include that in the statistics. So how would you respond to that, the cash-based business, money laundering that's happening as well?
It's certainly an issue, and it is admittedly difficult to quantify and come up with hard numbers about what, and even the number that I shared, the 0.25%, it's not an exact number, and the company that developed that understands it could be more or less than that based on their methodology. It's a huge issue, not just in the US, but also from the overseas and international security perspective as well. You can walk into some exchanges in Russia and other places with a trunk full of cash and walk out with a stable coin or some other crypto, and vice versa. And those are the those are the choke points that if we were able to cut them off, identify them, drop a, smart bomb on, one location to get rid of them, joking, sort of, that would eliminate, most of the ability to move funds illicitly across borders and through bad actors, whether they're terrorists or state actors. So it's an issue coming up with international cooperation and compliance and regulation, which the U.S. has done and with a lot of its friends and partners and allies. But when you have countries that won't ever be a part of that system, at least in the foreseeable future, it's always going to be difficult, I think, to, just like in the fiat and traditional banking world. So it's no different than that, but it's always going to be difficult to track those and to put our finger on it to stop it.
I'll just add one dimension, because this is the Parliamentary Intelligence and Security Forum. It's interesting looking at when we've been thinking about, well, what happened with the Hamas issue, how do you respond? There's the regulatory response, which I think Chris is alluding to, which is, okay, the international community has to make sure that all jurisdictions are implementing the basics in anti-money laundering regulation for their sector. And it's not having evenly, and I'm sure the Financial Action Task Force will probably be coming out with an update at some point, letting the world know, where we are. Many jurisdictions have not address those issues, but that's a running target. I mean, we'll probably be saying that for a while because it's an issue outside of crypto in terms of even AML regulations, right? So it's not like crypto's all of a sudden going to solve that issue. But I also think about, from especially our background, dealing with national security, intelligence, and law enforcement, a lot of this is an intelligence issue. So if I were to think about the issue of let's say Hamas being able to receive crypto through Iran, in my mind, and with my national security hat, I'm thinking, okay, that's an intelligence dilemma. That means that, yes, we do blockchain analysis, but what are you going to do blockchain analysis with, an Iranian exchange? I mean, it only gets you so far. It actually means that you're going to have to have an intelligence about the Iranian network and the Hamas network and how they're using these exchanges, whether it's intelligence on the ground, intelligence from other sources. So this is, again, I use the term, like we say, cat and mouse game. It's really law enforcement and intel services being very sophisticated about the tools that they need, and that this is, again, it's a new dimension. So it's not going to be just, even when we talk about regulating this stuff away, that's not going to solve the illicit finance problem. You could regulate it away here in the U.S., you're still going to have the illicit finance problem in these other places, and it will impact us.
I would just like to
But don't regulate it away in the U.S., please, since I'm in Congress.
I would just like to add a note to that, particularly for parliamentarians, that there are two issues here which I've worked a great deal in many other countries, advising financial regulators. And sometimes I have been shown, often I've been shown and read the law. The law has, not improperly, been borrowed and inspired and recommended by external countries or by those within the country. Yes, so I can see all the law is there. Two further questions arise from that. Do the financial regulators actually understand what is required by the law? And this is difficult for small generations, for small countries, for small administrations with very limited resources in terms of qualified individuals. And I'm not saying that unkindly, it is a real problem, and I was a member of the Gibraltar Financial Services Commission for about 8 years. I was a non-executive director, if you like, of that. So I do understand the problem. The problem in Gibraltar, of course, was conflicts of interest. Everybody knew everybody else, and a lawyer might be acting for a firm which you were looking at to enforce certain regulations against. So there are lots of problems, especially for small administrations. But the real point for parliamentarians to note, make sure that you have tough enforcement requirements, and then make sure that you bring the regulators to your table and inquire how they have enforced the regulations that you as parliamentarians have created for the financial regulators and for the players in the field to abide by. And enforcement is actually the key. And if you don't enforce, then you won't achieve very much by the wonderful regulations that you have in your law.
And preferably not regulation by enforcement, but regulation and enforcement.
Yes.
Right.
Oh, indeed, that's what I meant, of course. And I'm sorry to say that the British Virgin Islands passed its law, virtual asset service providers, in January this year. All such providers were meant to be listed as such and licensed by the regulator. But to the best of my knowledge, I said I couldn't find it on the website yesterday evening when I checked. It has not yet been required, and it is still operating as a company in the British Virgin Islands. Now, I'm sorry to have to bring such an example to you because, you know, it's a crown dependency of the UK. And as you gather, I was brought up and a former member of parliament in the UK. So I'm sad to have to report that. But that is, I'm reporting it to you because it's an example of where the failure can lie. You get the proper regulations on your statute book, but then they're not enforced.
So I think we've touched on a few points here in terms of priorities. And I think one of the central themes here was virtual asset service providers or exchanges being in other jurisdictions. And another point was the lack of regulation around stablecoins and their use for different things like hack scams and fraud, as well as money laundering by traditional criminal organizations. So I want to pose a question to us here about what is the best way to solve these problems. I mean, I feel like maybe let's start with one. What about virtual asset service providers? What is the best way? Or even maybe a broader regulatory framework. What is the best way to regulate without killing the industry?
Well, just off the bat, it's poignant that we're here in the Senate. Some regulation that the industry has been begging, literally begging for years for some regulation so that they could move forward, at least in this country, so that they know where their left and their right is. Unfortunately, there are members that are unwilling or uninterested to bring some of the legislation that's been proposed to the floor of their committees and then to the floor of the House or the Senate. I think that's been the largest impediment to having some regulation that will allow the industry to grow here in the U.S. and then send a signal to our partners and allies about what we're doing, and so companies can operate across borders more efficiently. And I don't think it has to be security or innovation. It can be a both, and it has to be really, especially from the American perspective, but even from every other nation's perspective, it can be a both and. We can have security and innovation if we have the industry and regulators and legislators working together to help develop smart, workable legislation and regulation.
Yeah, smart regulation, and I'll put another dynamic because again, I'm not the best, maybe political-minded person. Again, a former intelligence analyst, so I'm kind of like calling it like I see it. So if I can call it like I see it, in terms, especially for this audience, right? A lot of you are trying to figure out, well, how are you going to start bringing legislation in your countries, et cetera? So the thing I would say as a watcher of illicit finance and crypto for the past several years is to not let this issue of crypto crime, illicit finance, become a partisan or political football issue. In the US, it was not that way several years ago. I actually testified in the House in 2018, and it was a terrorist financing hearing. And I was the only person on the panel who was talking about crypto. This, again, was 2018. And it was because I had done some research on some of these groups that had been experimenting with crypto. And it was a very, it was fact-based. It was about let's look at the risk. It's about let's learn. And let's figure out what the best things are. Every country is going to be in a different situation. And that environment that's the environment you want in order to come up with good regulation and good, good legislation. And it's a challenge if this issue becomes politicized, right? Should crime and crime prevention be politicized, right? It shouldn't in any country, right? We all want the same thing. So as my sort of just my off-the-cuff answer, we have to be very precise when we're talking about what the risks are. We don't want to get into like just painting a broad brush, right? Because again, that's not productive. We want to be very clear about what the risks are and how to stop them, and also what is realistic. Let's take into consideration this technology, and that's what we need. A lot of the political rhetoric, which is just, let's just get rid of this, again, not helping us.
Amen. Preach it.
Why do you guys think that crypto regulation is so different from traditional financial sector regulation? What are the differences in technology or anything else that we need to think about or regulators need to think about when they regulate this industry?
Well, I mean, so the interesting thing is much of it is not. I would say the bulk of it is not. If you're thinking about financial regulation, we're thinking about the activity of what do you do as a business involved in transmitting money exchange business, money service businesses. It's really not different per se, but I mean, then you would say, well, how come there's all these issues? The challenge, the technological difference I think that you're pointing out is that this is a function of the tech sector. This is technology. It's not like the financial sector, which already has, a culture baked in and baked in around compliance, et cetera. So you have a new sector, a new type of niche within financial services, which is more tech. And so that probably impacts implementation, education, et cetera. But the other thing I would say is also the fast pace of innovation, right? Traditional credit cards, money service businesses, your bank, what has really changed in the past 15 years with your bank? Maybe they got a new dial on their website, but what has really changed? Even with their mobile banking, not much changes. In the crypto space, because these are computer programmers, it's not driven by financial experts, the pace of innovation is so fast that regulators and law enforcement actually has to keep up with, well, what might be the next thing? And that's why I'm trying to stress in my points is you have to see that this stuff is moving, it is evolving. You can't just have one sense of, okay, I'm gonna solve it if I do X, Y, Z. You kind of I think the crypto sector can contribute this idea of innovating, seeing what's happening, what's possible. You have to have that mindset to deal with the regulatory issues that are gonna emerge in this space.
I think.
Yes, sure.
Sorry.
Thank you so much. My name is Vladimir Božović. Now I'm Consul General of Republic Serbia. But before I coming from the security area, I was Deputy Minister of Republic Serbia of Police, and I was involved in Interpol working group for the cyber center to Singapore before 15 years ago. And then when we start this working group, it was very hard work to unite all our different approach from Europe, from America, from different parts of the world. But our experience says us that it is very, very important to regulate all this area. On that time, cyber attack not exist any cryptocurrency or problems. Cryptocurrency is the new. My point of view, and from our experience from Europe, maybe sometimes European Union want to regulate a lot of things and more than here in America. I'm also agreed that we need to promote democracy and freedom of this. But what is your conclusions about how can you advise the Congress here and Senate to regulate this very sensitive and important area? Thank you so much for your nice presentation.
In 1 minute, please.
Yeah, I think focusing on stable coins and the virtual asset service providers would be a good first step. But that would need collaboration with other countries as well, because if the virtual asset service provider is not compliant in another country and the money ends up there, then there's not much that we can do because it's a black hole.
I would send, I wrote a piece, this is old, but it's very important. I wrote a report, co-authored a report called Bitcoin Laundering back in 2018, and it was based on data. And what it showed was, looking at 2013 and 2016, the percentage of illicit transactions in US exchanges was very low compared to, percentage-wise, compared to other parts of the world, even in Europe. The reason, our conclusion, was only because there were AML regulations in place since 2013, while the rest of the world is still figuring it out. And so having those AML regulations, having that in place is going to be a big help to ensure that there's less illicit finance.
Thank you very much. A tremendous panel. We certainly appreciate it. Our next panel could please come to the dais. Transnational Criminal Convergency. Mr. Alejo Campos, Regional Director for Crime Stoppers. He is a remarkable leader. He has been highly involved with us in the Americas in planning all of our fora. Mr. John Walsh, President and Chief Executive Officer, SightSpan in Washington, D.C. He's on our board, a very capable individual in illicit finance issues. And Mr. Michael Braun, President, SAVA Workforce Solutions, the former Chief of Operations for U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration. What a remarkable group of people we'll hear from now.
Thank you, Robert, and thank you, everybody, for your attendance today for these very, very important topics. This is our 26th event, and it's a pleasure to be working with Robert and putting these together and meeting all of you and sharing ideas and thoughts. We have a very capable group here, and I'm honored to speak with these gentlemen. One of the things I'll start with is when you look at this topic of the convergence of financial crime and terrorism, I want to break it into two segments. Counter-terrorist financing really came into the world in a very, very big way after 9/11 in the United States, followed up by the attacks in India in 2002, Russia and Spain in 2004, and then the UK multiple times in 2005. There was a global reaction from a government perspective against terrorist financing. The global response, as normal, was sanctions, attacking various areas, going after certain types of business, and in some situations, warlike activities and actually direct war. This approach ended the angel investor type investing into Hezbollah, Hamas, and others, where rich individuals and very wealthy organizations would donate specifically to the terrorist organizations. Through following the money approach, these angel investors were identified and eliminated, and that changed the approach, and that changed the way terrorist financing took place. The new approach started from targeting state actors and looking at various methodologies to take criminal activity and fund it, which was very, very different than anything prior. One of the things that I found interesting is, in order to solve problems, you have to look at the history of the problem. Terrorism didn't start on 9/11 or 2005. Terrorism actually goes back all the way to the Roman Empire. The first terrorist activities that were documented were actually in Judea, going against the Roman Empire. And so they have a history here. This is a long time. Criminal activity has been going on, some can say, since Cain and Abel. So, I mean, both of these things have started with different ideology, based on greed on one side and based on change and dissatisfaction on the other side. And when you have those things come together, that's what we're dealing with in the world right now. And The reality of it is, as far as crime and criminal activity, there's thousands and thousands of organizations, there's thousands and thousands of actors. It's estimated in 2019 that there were 250 terrorist organizations around the world working in 6 continents in 70 countries. That's a big problem. That's 250 well-known organizations classified terrorist. Now, that's thousands and thousands of cells, that's thousands and thousands of people. So this is not a small problem, as we all know. And one of the things that we're always talking about, and we calculate very differently, the cost of this problem. Terrorist, the cost is X. Criminality, the cost is Y. We need to start thinking differently about that, and I think the gentlemen are going to follow up with how we need to think differently. Basically, a transnational organization is very, very undefined. Basically, the global definition of a transnational organized crime unit is 3 people working in a cross-border situation. So that's what we, the world, call this. This is way bigger than that. We need to kind of start classifying a 3-person organization with a 30,000-person organization with trade channels around the world going from Latin America to the Middle East into Eastern Europe, into the main countries. I mean, this is a very big thing. What I always found interesting, like most problems of the world, it's communication and definitions. When you're writing and policy makers are working and law enforcement is working and everything, we always have problems with definitions and languages. So one of the definitions for terrorism is X in one country, Y in another, and someplace else is called something different. Same thing with criminality. What's legal in one country is illegal someplace else. The words are very different. So it's very confusing. So there's not one answer that we could all just walk out of here and fix. But I do find that when you look at political scientists, they're looking at things from one perspective. Economists are looking at it from another and have different definitions, and then a criminologist has different definitions yet again. So what we do is we create different silos of thought, not just silos of databases and various things like that. We have different silos of thought. So when I'm speaking to a criminologist and I'm on the board of a university that specializes in criminology, it's very interesting because they're not looking at it from a terrorist perspective or an economic perspective. They're looking at it from a law enforcement perspective. When I look at this, and I think my colleagues, when we look at this, we look at what is the detriment to society? What is the detriment to the country? What is the detriment to some of these communities that this takes place with? And I'll get into that a little bit later. But like terrorism, transnational organized crime affects the community down to the little bodega, the little store at the corner. It affects everybody in the community. And what happens is, the same as terrorism, when you have transnational criminal activity, and you look along the trade routes, nobody wants to invest in those areas because their people are afraid, there's corruption, and then what's happening is people are not investing in those areas, and then all of a sudden the neighborhood starts to collapse, which makes it open for terrorist activity. So this is unified. When you go into a region or an area or a neighborhood or even a block or a street, when you attack that street from a psychological perspective using either criminality or terrorism, the same results happen. That street becomes isolated. Now, as that becomes bigger and bigger and spreads out to the community and sometimes out to a country, what happens is the rest of the world, instead of looking at this pragmatically, they start to boycott that area. They don't make investments. They put them on a sanctions list, which actually just makes the problem worse and worse and worse. And that's something that I really feel strongly about. Crime can lead to a safe haven country status for some people. Crime could lead to so many different things. And then the terrorists come in because it's easy to manipulate the society. Years ago, I remember speaking with people. There was an admiral from the US Navy, and he was showing me these pictures. It was so fascinating. When you look at a map of the world and you look at the lights of the world in some of the countries and the darkness in the world in other countries, it's very simple. The darkness wants the light, and the light is afraid of the dark. So then what happens is nobody's communicating, and everybody starts building walls and fences from people perspective and a personality perspective. There's ways to deal with this versus isolating countries that are doing it. It's rather work with them, work together, work in a partnership, sharing information, sharing ideas, not just about terrorism, because I think we've done a much better job on a global basis of doing that, but on a criminal basis. I don't think we're doing a very good job of sharing information on a criminal basis because of corruption and other reasons. But the same approach and the same thinking that we use for terrorist financing needs to be applied to global organized crime activities. Now, when you get these two things working, and they're two very detrimental things, basically you're dealing with greed versus a grievance. And when I could have this debate for 15 or 20 hours, we're not going to go down that. There's greed. People just want the money. They don't care about anything. Then there's other people that have a grievance with a government or an official, and they want to change society. That's crime and terrorism, money versus change. This is all it. But when you look at the ideology, it's illicit activity. And somebody's going to get hurt, and either one, they're both getting hurt on a regular basis. The convergence started with ad hoc transactions. So terrorists needed passports, they didn't know how to get them, they would go to a criminal, they would get the passport, they would get illegal documents, they would get other things. So basically you had ad hoc relationships for many, many years between criminals and terrorists. One of the things that we were speaking about earlier, terrorists don't make good criminals. They're not that good at it. So they actually need the criminals to go get these things. So that's when you get this intersection of the two and they start working together. That started with weapons, lodging, hiding people, and then what happened is it was happening on a regular basis because terrorism expanded, and they kept going back to the criminals, where the criminals were like, hey, this is a regular source of funds, which is more of a criminal attitude. So they started partnering more freely. Crime organizations didn't want the additional risk of being classified a terrorist because that would signal them out for law enforcement, and other governments would come after them. So they were very careful to stay away from the terrorists and being branded a terrorist organization. But as society has grown, particularly in Africa and Latin America, they've come together and they don't seem to care anymore. And that's the dangerous part. So you have criminal organizations that are acting as terrorists and terrorists acting as criminal organizations. It's a policy nightmare when you deal with it that way. A very good example of this, and people don't always look at it this way, but ISIS was a great criminal organization. Started out as a terrorist organization. They wound up taking approximately 34,000 square miles. That's the size of the state of Maine. They created their own enterprise. They had the self-supporting criminal activities in that 34,000 miles. They were generating almost $3 billion a year in annual revenue in criminal activities. So I mean, this is a real case of what took place. What enables these things to come together, criminality and terrorism, is basically poverty, a lack of education, a lack of basic resources. I mean, they pry on poor people. They pry on the underdeveloped people, people that need us the most. This is where they get hurt the most on a regular basis. That's not new. But we as a society have to start looking at neighborhoods and countries and areas that need our help, need our funding, need our assistance in so many different ways before it gets darker and darker and darker, and not wait until there's such bad activity that they get sanctioned, which just speeds up the whole process. What are the next steps? We need to start looking at illicit financial flows, whether it's terrorism, doesn't make a difference, criminality, doesn't matter. Policymakers need to look at what is the illicit activity route, not looking at the meaning behind it. When we start getting into the definitional arguments of terrorism and criminality, we lose. What we need to look at is the illicit funds flow. Regardless of the mentality behind the funds flow, we need to look at that. Terrorist organizations are less successful on these illicit financial activities if we could break those funds flows, which is run by criminals. And that'll be a lot easier than dealing with. What we need to do is go after high-profile prosecution cases, make it very public on the corruption side and on the criminal organization side. Let it be known that this illicit channel is being broken, and disrupt the trafficking routes with strong border controls. I'm going to repeat that again. Disrupt the trafficking routes with strong border controls. And I think we also need to disrupt the trafficking with strong border controls. I don't think I need to say it a fifth time, but without border controls, you will not solve this problem. So this is not a political issue. If you do not have a strong border, you don't know what's going across the border, whether it be people, illicit activity, human beings, lumber, gold, gems, antiquities, artwork, anything. So without a strong border across the world, that does not close down business. It protects societies. In closing, I'm going to ask the policymakers, colleges, academia, law enforcement to come together, share information and ideas like we do with terrorist financing, because it's a hot topic and nobody wants terror. It's the same thing with corruption. We're not sharing the information properly. We have to get better at that. And we need to finally have law enforcement and governments understand that for so many years we worked for globalization. We wanted it. It's here now. We are a global community. People are going to have cross-border payments, cross-border businesses. We can't stop these things. What we need to do is design methodologies to make them safer and to protect society by not limiting globalization, but by embracing globalization, sharing information, and doing it in a way that protects society, and particularly the most vulnerable of society, which are the poor, the uneducated, and the people that don't have natural resources. So the way to do this going forward is really work together, collaborate, and that's not a cliche. We can do this. We did it very effectively with terrorism. We just need to do that with criminality at this point. I'll pass it off to my friend, Mr. Campos.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you. So my English is not good. I said I would try to do the best. I am from Argentina, so I do prefer French or maybe Italian. So I would do in English, Robert. So good morning, Congressman Robert Pittenger. Thank you for your leadership and for keeping all of the members of this growing forum united to continue finding solutions and effective action against organized crime. And thank you as well for including this topic, a new topic on the agenda, transnational crime convergence on the forum agenda. I will try to be brief and to the point. I am the Regional Director of Crime Stopper International for the Caribbean, Bermuda, and Latin America, based in Panama. And at Crime Stopper Caribbean, Bermuda, and Latin America, we are trying to introduce these issues that concern us across the region, what we call criminal ecosystems, criminal convergence, and kleptocracy. This matter works in a concert to erode our democracy, freedom, economic development, and national security. Over a decade ago, the group of drugs traffickers, human traffickers, and smugglers, money launderers, weapon dealers, and other workers by themselves, they maintain a certain linkage, but those relationships, where a few and far between, are not operational. Now, criminal groups have come together and they operate jointly. As the fund, that they work in the same markets, they use the same routes to move their products, resort to the same structures and scheme of money laundering, and more importantly, they pay bribes to the same public officials. Taking advantage of the rapid development of the communication technologies, they began to organize as a single criminal body to expand their operations, lower their criminal overhead, gain greater protections, and reap higher illegal profits, much of which they launder through international trade that previously was only under the control of smuggling cartels, but which now is a key activity in a criminal ecosystem that moves large sums of money around the world, transferring value to the products that are sold legally or illegally in many countries. Here we have a very important example in Latin America and the Caribbean in relation to illicit trade of alcoholic beverage. We have a very big problem with these kind of products in Central America and the Caribbean, and they earn a lot of illegal money using these kind of goods. Corrupt actors did not want to be left out of the new forum of criminal enterprises. Before, they were simple facilitators of organized crime, but in recent years, as they gained more control over their political territories, they decided to become criminal partners in these convergence structures, increasing their share of the profits while also depending their involvement in the business. Thus, we see public officials, politicians, congresspeople, mayor, and others related to the associated with activities of these criminal structures. We have a lot of examples in Latin America. At first, it sprang from the need to win elections. The transnational criminal structures work with local gangs, and these local gangs exert control over the territories and populations. Getting elected as a mayor or legislator means negotiating with these local groups or gangs. Next, involvement in the criminal enterprises was needed to stay in political power until finally becoming a criminal partner. We can refer here to small territories, such as municipalities, or to entire countries, leading to narco-states, klepto-states, or simple criminal states. This is even more dangerous on a global scale when extremist or terrorist regimes are among these strategic partners. According to the new corruption report, the private sector in Latin America, part of the private sector in Latin America is facilitator of corruption, and for many of these organized crime activities, often related to laundering the money. This partnership among different organized criminal groups and the public and private sector on a transnational scale to establish a multinational criminal corporation that offers different illicit goods and services is something we call a criminal convergence. It comes from the natural mutation, adaptation, and survival of its member, the criminal structures, forged by external threat and fostered within a criminal ecosystem that is as old as a human history itself. The criminal convergence gains strength with another concept that we recommend adding to the focus of our daily work, kleptocracy. The term corruption is outdated. Is it considered an isolated illegal action by a public official, such as asking for a bribe or taking kickback from a public tender? As I said before, corrupt public officials have become partners in criminal structures, and both have begun to infiltrate nearly all levels of the public and private sector, the security and the justice system, the media, the civil society organizations, universities, and international organizations to gain and exert invisible control and to build a narrative that justify their actions or even facilitate the creation of illicit environment in which to offer their criminal goods and services. In a kleptocracy, anyone who fails to fall in the line with the criminal plan is expelled from the system. One way of doing so is to harm their reputation with false stories, amplified by all strategic partners to take them out of the game. For high-profile public, political, or economic figures, simple sending a hitman is not an option. So they use a strategy of kleptocracy to neutralize them. The diverse goods, products, and services of the criminal convergence represent a broad portfolio to supply the specific demand of a world in which human beings are now one of the main products, generating $1 million in revenue for human trafficking structures and illegal human smugglers. We have witnessed this at the Darien region in Panama, the Darien Gap, as well as in Africa, the Middle East, Europe, the Caribbean, and Latin America. Moving people is a huge illicit business right now, in which often the criminal structures themselves create the conflicts or social conditions that drive people to emigrate, especially to the United States or Europe. These social conflicts are created through the criminal convergence. We use the kleptocracy to create the context and narratives that justify migration, while also protecting it under the umbrella of humanitarian aid. This topic is too complex and long to explain in just a few minutes, but I wanted to introduce the issues and share the problem that Crime Stopper has identified for combating criminal convergence. Number one, investigation, intelligence, and prosecutor teams continue to investigate crimes separately, rather than under the logic of a criminal convergence. In doing so, they fail to dimension to the entire universe of the criminal ecosystem, and crime fighting is not effective. When one of the links of the criminal logistic chain is attacked, the rest of the chain is left intact, and criminal organizations are able to regroup very fast. It's the cockroach effect. There are no laws in our countries, there are no laws to address the operation of organized crime from the standpoint of the criminal convergence. We have laws on drugs, on human trafficking, on money laundering, on illicit trade, etc., but none that allow us to fight the overall criminal ecosystem. It was number 2. Number 3, we can see a lack of training among the operator of the justice system to understand the criminal convergence phenomenon. They are highly focused on each crime independently, even though there are indeed task forces that include different security agencies. Each agency continues to work as an insulated entity within the task force. Add to this the lack of trust among agencies within a given country or between different countries, which limits the sharing of information or access to their respective databases. Data analysis system and intelligent artificial for intelligence and criminal investigation do not have special algorithms to perform an analysis on transnational crime convergence. Articulating an approach to criminal convergence, the criminal ecosystem and kleptocracy is complicated, and it requires joint work across different public, private, domestic, and international sectors. At Crime Stopper, we will continue to promote this topic, but we need your help to do so effectively. In Latin America and the Caribbean, it is essential to position this approach to public security and fighting organized crime. For the United States especially, criminal activity in this region poses a threat to national security and commercial, political, and diplomatic relations outside US borders. Congressman Pittenger, the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum that you oversee is the natural space to debate these issues. I recommend to create a special task force on criminal convergence and kleptocracy to follow up on this discussion in the United States and around the world. And for all of you who are interested in joining us in these talks, I invite to continue the conversation. If there is a global criminal convergence, we must create a conversion among all the public and private sectors, a conversion of all of us to stop it. Democracy and freedom at a risk in the face of this new criminal expression. Thank you.
So my name is Mike Braun. As Congressman Pittenger said earlier, I retired from the DEA as the Chief of Operations, where I had responsibility for DEA's 230 domestic and 91 foreign offices. I'm not blowing my own horn, folks. I spent 35 years in law enforcement. Before that, the Marine Corps. While I was in law enforcement, I was in a number of tough assignments around the United States, Houston, Detroit, St. Louis, a number of tough assignments both domestically as well as abroad. 7 years in and out of Latin America, the Caribbean, 7 years in Latin America, the Andean region, the northern tiered countries of Central America. A lot of time as Chief of Operations in and out of Afghanistan as DEA plussed up its presence in that country from 7 FTEs or full-time employees initially after the invasion in early or late 2001 up to roughly 125 personnel, which included contractors. And also a detailed assignment to the Department of Defense in Iraq 6 weeks after the end of major hostilities as the interim chief of staff or the chief of staff for the interim Ministry of Interior. Okay, so I'm telling you this because you're getting a practitioner's perspective. Okay, when you hear from me, a practitioner that also had several years of senior policy level experience. So I'm going to tell you the way that I see it based on now 50 years of experience, because I've been in the private sector for 15 years, leading companies that supply or provide intelligence and operational support to 3- and 4-letter agencies in our country. So I'm going to build, I think, I'm very much going to complement what John and Alejo have already told you. And probably first and foremost is everything that they've talked about and everything that I'll be talking about is nothing new. This stuff has been going on for a long, long time. We're here to talk about the convergence of transnational organized crime with terrorist organizations and the gray area, the shadow facilitators that support both groups. That's what we're talking about. But let me give you some examples. I'm not just talking about the Western Hemisphere's usual suspects, okay? I'm not just talking about the Colombian cartels and designated terrorist organizations based in Latin America. I'm also talking about Middle Eastern terrorist organizations and others and how they've come together. So some examples, unequivocal connections between Sinaloa and Hezbollah, Sinaloa cartel and Hezbollah. Hezbollah is now, and have been for several years now, involved in the global cocaine trade, okay? How do they do that? They've established relationships with cartels in Colombia as well as groups in Mexico like the Sinaloa cartel. I'm also talking about the connection between the Sinaloa cartel and Chinese organized crime groups, as well as the private sector in China and other parts of the world. That's an important point to make here, is that when we talk about corruption, it's not just in the sense of corrupting political officials, okay? It's not just, we're not just talking about members of security organizations, law enforcement, the judicial sector, the defense sector, and others having been corrupted. We're also talking about corruption in the private sector, because without that, none of this could happen, okay? We're talking about links between the Sinaloa cartel and the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, okay? And a spinoff after they came to the peace table and disarmed. Now the FARC People's Army. Our country has designated about 60 terrorist organizations that pose a threat to our country and other democracies around the world. Of those 60, virtually every single one is involved in one or more aspects of transnational organized crime. More importantly, drug trafficking, and let's talk about why. Why has transnational organized crime groups, or excuse me, why have terrorist organizations shifted, if you will, in many ways to transnational organized crime? State sponsorship for terrorism, it's alive and well, but it was significantly disrupted after 9/11. But we're beginning to see now kind of a reemergence, if you will. But it's still been significantly disrupted. As John said, and Alejo, private powerful donors, they've never gone away, but we forced them deeper underground, right? We've scared them a bit. But we've significantly disrupted that funding stream. So if you're going to keep your terrorist organization and your movement alive, you need to fund it. So they have turned to transnational organized crime to accomplish that. They've got lots of opportunities there to do just that, to fund their operations through transnational organized crime activity. Everything from private fundraising, kidnapping for ransom, bank robberies, counterfeiting, wildlife and environmental crimes, the list goes on and on. Myriad ways to do just that. It's important to understand that the cost of an actual terrorist attack is minimal. The Madrid train bombings a few years ago only cost about $75,000 to basically execute. The 9/11 attacks on our nation only cost Al-Qaeda about $250,000, upwards to maybe $500,000 maximum to pull that off. That is a drop in the bucket. But what those organizations do have to have, just like transnational organized crime, okay, it takes a lot of money to fund your operations and keep your movement alive. You've got to recruit, train, equip, corrupt officials, etc. I keep going back to corruption, and I will throughout this presentation. Because if these organizations cannot corrupt, they cannot operate. That's a vulnerability, and I'm going to try to point some more out as we move through, or as I move through this. So what it comes down to is it's all about the money. There's a lot of money involved in transnational organized crime. Retail theft groups, a recent threat that's emerged. The best estimates are that activity alone globally is generating about somewhere between 40 and $80 billion a year in contraband revenue for these groups, or the groups that are involved in that activity. But a recent RAND study in 2022 valued the illicit global drug trade at $652 billion. If you look at that in terms of GDP, it would rank 22nd. Okay? 22nd. No other black market generates this kind of revenue. How did terrorist organizations embark down this path? I don't care if it's the FARC or it's the Taliban or others. If they are based in a production area of the world, they usually get their start by taxing farmers, which is one of the oldest forms of extortion. They move into providing security services to the cartels, transportation, taxing the movement of drugs and precursor chemicals over borders. That's how they get involved, folks, one step at a time, until they find themselves in the position of the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, okay, when they disarmed in 2016. They had become the single largest manufacturer and wholesale distributor of cocaine in the world. In the world. Those aren't my words. Those are former Colombian President Santos's words. But yet they're a terrorist organization designated by our country, the EU, and several other countries around the world. So we have the advent, okay, of the hybrid terrorist organization. One part terrorist organization, one part transnational organized crime enterprise. I don't have time. We're going to blow past that real quick. Quickly. What are the commonalities between these two very powerful global threats, terrorist organizations and transnational organized crime groups? On the left, we have the commonalities. There again, we see they rely heavily on corruption, intimidation, and violence. Those are the long-standing hallmarks of organized crime. That's where it all started, okay? If they can't corrupt you with cash, they'll turn to intimidation. Here's a photo of your family. Here's a photo of where you work. Here's a family of your car. If you don't cooperate, we're going to slaughter them and you. And if intimidation doesn't work, they'll do just that. They'll follow through with their promise, okay? They rely on the same shadow facilitators, another vulnerability. Those other illicit networks that are in the center of both of these groups. Terrorist organizations and transnational organized crime groups, as one example, typically rely on the world's most nefarious money launderers to move their money around the world. That's a threat that you can also focus on, because the money launderers, if you are following the money, you can take your investigations and your operations in any direction you want. Okay? Another vulnerability. Those folks in the gray area are on the periphery. They're not hardened like hardened criminals and terrorists. They are far more willing to cooperate with law enforcement and security agencies when you've got them, yeah, well, when you have them. Let's just say that. They rely on the latest in technology, communications and navigation. Drop all the way down to the bottom. They both create permissive environments around the world in which to operate. Okay? I say permissive, and I use that term permissive environments. Many in our government would refer to that as ungoverned space or undergoverned space. What are the differences? Terrorist organizations have always been motivated by the most part by ideology, whether it's religious or political. But once the executive secretariat gets a taste for the money, it all changes. They become more involved and more focused on the criminal side of things, because that's where the discretionary funding for these groups come from. When Iran is providing, as an example, Hezbollah or Hamas, you know, with their annual tranche of state-sponsored money, okay, they're going to tell them how to spend that money. The money that these groups generate from transnational organized crime is discretionary. They can use it however they want. They don't let go of ideology, folks, because they use ideology to recruit and basically control the young combatants that they need within their organizations to do the dirty work. But it's all blue smoke and mirrors. So let me just, look, I'm not going to read all these things to you. I'm not going to hit on all of them. We're almost out of time, but there are some things that I do believe that we need to point out here. Some things that I don't think have been analyzed appropriately, if at all. Shoot down to the center there, okay? Roughly just above the center. Both rely on the hallmarks of organized crime. I've mentioned that, okay? This results in mutually beneficial outcomes, if you will, for both groups that are occupying the same space at the same time in undergoverned spaces around the world. And I'll go back to Colombia for just a minute. Anytime the FARC attacked and further destabilized the government of Colombia through attacks or through corruption, the old Medellin and Cali cartels benefited equally. Anytime those two organizations were successful in their attacks to the government or further corrupting officials and destabilizing the government, the FARC benefited. It gives new meaning really to, well, it just turns into a very harmonious, very nasty outcome. This is extremely important. The leaders of both of these types of organizations, folks, send their toughest young sergeants and lieutenants to these undergoverned spaces to establish and manage their operations. Ruthless, tough, young sergeants and lieutenants. And when you compress them in ungoverned space, it really results in a very, very dangerous outcome. Because these guys are staying in the same shady hotels. They're hanging out in the same smoke-filled bars, and I don't want to sound too crude, but they're sharing the same sweaty prostitutes. And when you bond in areas of the world under those kinds of conditions, you build ultimately some lifelong personal relations. Here's what keeps me awake after all these years, okay? What keeps me awake all these years later is those personal relationships that were made under those conditions can and will develop into strong interorganizational relationships, because those young sergeants and lieutenants are going to naturally percolate to the top of their respective organizations, and they're going to collaborate. Congressman, I think I've said enough. I've covered it all.
You were great. Thank you. We appreciate it. We'd like to invite our next panel to come up on supply chain resiliency. Honorable Cristian Bacanu, Member of Parliament, Chamber of Deputies in Romania. John Strand, CEO of Strand Consultant on our board. François Baird, Chairman and Founder, Baird's US LLC, Baird's CMC Limited, Cawbridge, United States. And Kanaya Konkoly-Thege, Chief Legal Officer, Senior Vice President for Government Relations at Quantinium.
Right, good morning. Thank you, Robert. I don't know how right, good. So it is an honor for me to be here. I'm a Romanian Member of Parliament, used to be State Secretary of Ministry of Justice, and I'm also a business lawyer. This dialogue is fundamental for the future of our countries. The Chinese pandemic that affected every one of us, the invasion of Ukraine, and the global war for resources have all shown us that we have just entered a new Cold War. We recently found that our societies may be vulnerable, and that is because our citizens and our economies may be vulnerable to certain threats. Decades of economic growth, peace, and stability created the illusion that everything is safe and nothing can change. We were wrong. The reality is that the enemies of our civilization are more determined and united than ever. We are facing an axis of evil formed by countries such as China, the Russian Federation, Iran, and North Korea. So our mission nowadays is to secure the free world's future, confronting the greatest external threat we have to face since the collapse of the Soviet Union. To be successful, we must remember what the free world did not long ago when it was facing the Soviet threat. So we must sustain economic growth, greater political will, stronger partnerships, synchronized economic security, adequate military deterrence, energy independence, and resilient supply chains. During the Cold War, America assembled a robust international coalition of nations that were committed to containing and defeating the Soviet Union. No such coalition exists today. The West is fractured, we don't have unity, and sometimes it seems that there is no plan. Just 2 months ago, we've seen the Prime Minister of one of our NATO allies, EU member states, I'm talking about Mr. Orbán, flying to Beijing to meet Mr. Putin, the Russian dictator, who ordered the invasion of Ukraine, in order to reaffirm bilateral relations between Russia and Hungary. Immediately after that, it's very interesting, Hungary started to block the accession of Ukraine to the European Union. Is that in our favor, or can we agree that we have a flaw in our systems? So it is clear that somewhere along the way we lost the lessons of the Cold War and the strategy that proved to be victorious. And in this context, China takes advantage. So when it comes to supply chains, I would like to talk to you about 5 things. One is the mining for resources. 2 is the electronics that come from China. 3 is about the African market. The 4th is the energy. And the 5th is the food. Now, first, we need to have our lessons learned and our homework done. One of them is that we should look for vital elements such as rare earths and critical minerals in countries which are like-minded. For example, we can mine for lithium in Portugal, where we just discovered that they have huge amounts of lithium, and we could mine for magnesium in Romania. We must also stand firm against radical green agenda pushed by radical NGOs, which works against our economies and our best interests. Mining was never easy, and mining usually is not eco-friendly. But we can't fight the war with our hands tied to our back. Second, we must take real and solid steps to reduce our dependence on Chinese electronics. We've reached to the point where our markets are flooded with very cheap electronic devices, all coming from China. Basically, we've reached the point where it is almost impossible to create a network, a cheap one, using components that are not from China. So if we want to use Western-made components, it's so more expensive. So we have here two issues: what we use in our homes, how our big data is being collected and used by the Chinese, and second, what we use in our critical systems. So it has been a priority for some of our countries, not for all of us, Romania is one of them, to introduce filtration mechanisms for critical systems, because we strongly believe we should not be vulnerable and we should not be open to blackmail. But we've seen too little done for the regular consumer. We have a lot of work to do. Third, well, a friend of mine said that Africa is the future. Is he here? I cannot see him. So, taking care of the supply chains with Africa is vital. Well, if till recent times the European Union was the #1 trading partner for Africa, now China is, and I'll give you some figures. Just last year, Europe had trade with China amounting 262 billion euros, dollars, not euros. In the case of China, that went across 280 billion. Then we have to take a look at the FDI. China is investing a lot in Africa, and they are dominating the FDI race. So, unfortunately, we, the Europeans, who are striving to keep up with the Chinese competition in Africa, we feel that we've lost our American friends and allies somewhere on the way. Our commercial balance to Africa is almost 5 times more than the American one. We need you. Fourth, another thing that we noticed is that we need cheap energy to run our economies. Just the other day, I had a meeting in the Department of State, and we were talking about friendshoring, bringing our business back home, not being dependent on the supply chains from China. We should never forget the lessons that were taught during the COVID pandemic, when we needed medical supplies and we could not have them. And we were at the mercy of the Chinese empire without being capable of doing much about that. So if we want to do friendshoring, we need energy. In Europe, we were on the cocaine named the Russian gas. Once you sniff it, you like it because it's cheap. It works well for your economy. The problem, however, is that the Russians know it as well as we do. And at one moment, they turned off the gas. So we need to have strong public policies. We need to use our natural resources. We need to use nuclear fuel. And we need to have good energy available for our companies, because economics doesn't work without energy. Fifth, and not the last, we have the food. The Russians try to weaponize it. And I must thank the US Senate for approving the Black Sea Security Act recently, a bipartisan law that is vital for the world, not just for Romania, for Bulgaria, or for Ukraine. More than half of the grain from Ukraine goes to Africa. Well, things are always connected. So what the Russians did, they tried to stop the commerce, the trade of grain from Ukraine, and to blackmail Africa, to increase their malign influences. Romania was crucial in this. This is the port of Constanța, very close to my capital. We modernized it and we increased the capacities to trade and to export. But in order to make sure that Russia does not succeed, we need the Black Sea Security Act, and I really hope that the Congress will do what the Senate did in December of this year. It's very important. I must emphasize that the only provocation that Russia and the empire of evil know are lack of deterrence. There is no other provocation. So if we want to be safe, if we want to have the global south close to us, and if we want to have open markets, we need to have the Black Sea secure. Otherwise, we'll have a huge social crisis with migrants in Europe, and not only. Are we ready for that? Are we ready to pay double for the price of grain? To pay double for the price of bread, biscuits in the States? Because the prices will go up. So, in the end, I think we should be concerned but optimistic, because our models proved to be quite good. The democracy, the free market were never overturned by the empires of evil. But we need to be vigilant and to adopt good public policies and work with the private sector in good governance. Thank you, and I'm open for questions in the end.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here today, and I know yesterday I had a short presentation because someone was stepping out, so I stepped in before Marco Rubio came on. But I want to show you some of our latest research we have done. So I've been speaking at this event before about how we've done the mapping of all the Chinese equipment in 31 countries across Europe, which operators, which countries are dependent of Chinese telecommunication infrastructure. And that mapping have had a huge impact on the regulations in Europe and while we're looking at these things. This morning I've just been to a presentation in the State Department here in the US and showed also some of the things I'm showing you to now. We just did lately, there's 10 countries which have an ambition of being a part of the European Union. We call them enlargement countries. That's the one you can see here. And we have just done a mapping of Chinese equipment in those countries. But actually, when you do these kind of mapping and you try to find other things, you sometimes find something you didn't expect to find. And you start digging into it. And I will also present you for that today. What's very important is that EU have this, what's called the 5G toolbox, which ensure that European countries are basically not using untrusted vendors in the 5G networks. It's a member state decision. All 27 countries have committed themselves to do these things. A lot of countries have implemented with success, and some countries are a little bit slow. One of the worst countries is actually Germany, which basically, first were they dependent on Russian gas, and now they're dependent on Chinese telecommunication infrastructure. It's absurd, but it's just like history repeating itself. What's interesting also is that when we did the mapping of the 27 countries in Europe, we basically have seen a lot of stories coming into the media. A lot of them have been planted by public affairs, PR companies working for Huawei, and the Chinese government trying to change the perception of what's going on. And the misinformation, which a lot of people talked about here, is huge. And on this subject, and when it comes to chips, it's even huger. But what we see actually is there is some countries that are afraid of putting sanction on Chinese telecommunication equipment because they say this will have a negative impact on our business with China. The reality is that all those countries which have put sanctions on Chinese telecommunication infrastructure, none of them have been hit anyhow at all. That's including UK, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, the Baltic countries. The list is long. So the reality is China threatened to regress on the different countries, but in the end of the day, they don't do it because they like to do business. And then they said, now we just lost one kind of business and let's continue it with the other businesses. So China is very good at threatening, but in reality, they're not delivering on the threats. And the interesting thing is the conditions in China for Western companies much worse than it is. In China, Huawei and ZTE have a market share of 98% of 5G equipment. Chinese vendors have better conditions in Europe, despite the sanctions, than European vendors or American vendors have in China. So we just talk about, people very often forget to talk about what is the conditions in China. In some countries, they distinguish between core and RAN. That's how you build the networks up. The antennas, you have the one side, and then the networks was transported, and they put in different restrictions. Huawei have invented a story that you can distinguish between core and RAN. So if you get Chinese out of the core network, the network which connect the towers, the masts, then it will be safe. And that's totally bullshit, to be honest. But some countries actually is believing that story, but that's not the reality. So basically, when you do these kind of policies, you can do it in three ways. You can do it like voluntarily, that the operators say, it's probably not smart to build a fundamental digital society on Chinese telecommunication infrastructure. We've seen that in a number of countries where operators have said, yes, we bought Chinese equipment in the past, but we can see the China we have today is not the same China we had 10 years ago, so maybe it's a good idea to replace it. So they're smart, they do it. Some operators, they need to have a little bit help by the government, so then you make a transition process where the government says to them, we think you should do these things, and that's basically what we have seen in UK. Then the operators get a window to rip and replace the equipment, and they do it in that period. And then in other countries, you need to take the baseball bat and tell the operators, this is how we do it. Unfortunately, there's some operators which basically have a great love to China. Huawei is one, Deutsche Telekom is one of them, and Vodafone is another one. And unfortunately, that's a reality. When we did this mapping of these countries, which we have here, it's a numbers, 8 small countries and 2 big countries. The 2 big countries is Turkey and Ukraine. And that's the countries which are on the European Union's list of countries which have an ambition or in the process of maybe getting members. With deep respect for the Turkish, I don't believe they ever will be a member of the European Union. That's my personal opinion. They have different values, and it's a different country. And we have seen the challenge they have been giving Sweden to become a part of NATO, which is, in my eyes, totally absurd. And in that way, yeah. Long story short. Ukraine is important because I think we all, hopefully all of us, support Ukraine and what's the fight against Russia and what they're doing. And there's no doubt about Ukraine have a lot of challenges. In this process, when we work with these things, we also see that these countries, which you want to be a part of the European Union, you have to be compliant to a lot of rules before you can become a member. So a lot of these countries is already now, and some of you is coming from these countries, working on being compliant to according to EU rules. It's a little bit like, if you want to be a member of the club, you have to live up to these criteria. And we see that numbers of these countries have actually understood this regarding using Chinese equipment and are in the process of implementing rules, or they have operators who have basically made a decision not to use Chinese equipment and doing those things. And basically, we see that. On the top of that, we also see that EU have a lot of financial help to not only these enlargement countries, but also to Africa and Latin America, where we give aid and help. And basically, interesting part is that if you get subsidies for the European Union to build telecommunication infrastructure, then your infrastructure have to be compliant with the EU's 5G toolbox, basically meaning that you should not use non-trusted vendors in your networks. And there's already some cases. That means that if I'm an operator in Africa who's getting grants from the European Union or in Latin America, the European Union basically wants to do these things. And the whole idea is also that if you get loans from the European Investment Bank, you basically also have to be compliant to these rules. So that's quite interesting that aid is linked to national security rules. Here's the case, Slovenia is an example where basically, yes, there's 541 million euros in subsidies for building some telecommunication infrastructure, and that infrastructure have to be compliant with the EU's 5G toolbox of what's going on. I think there's also a project in Moldova right now in the pipeline where basically will be the same. When we did this mapping and did these things, we saw that the main part of these small East European countries basically are in the process of either they don't have any Chinese equipment, or they're in the process of getting rid of it, and so on. There's some few exceptions. I want to put focus on two countries. One country is Turkey, which is very much Chinese equipment, and I don't think there's a big chance in short term to change that. But there's an issue on Ukraine. Why I'm bringing up the Ukraine part is that a lot of Western companies, we have a lot of sanctions on doing business with Russia, but there's actually a lot of Western companies which have taken the responsibilities in their own hands and decided to stop doing business with Russia, despite the fact that it's not under sanctions, pulled out of Russia and so on. And we can see a lot of this, that vacancy which is created when the Western companies pull out of Russia is being taken over by Chinese companies. Chinese don't care, they just want to do business. And I think there's not enough focus on what China actually is doing in Russia, because there's no doubt about they help them a lot. But I would like to ask for your help today, because there's certain things, I can find out a lot of things, but there's certain things I can't find out. When we look at it, and look at these things, of these 10 countries, they represent less than 1% of the mobile subscribers in the European Union, if we add these 10 countries, and we take the small out, and then we are sitting back with Turkey and Ukraine. But what's interesting is that in the occupied parts of Ukraine, which is roughly 20% of the Ukrainian land, including Crimea, there's actually been established 5 new mobile operators. So what's happening is that the Russians basically occupied the territories, and the old mobile towers, mobile masts, get disconnected from Ukrainian networks and get created new networks running on together with the Russians. So there's actually 5 operators, Russian operators on Ukrainian land operating today, serving all the people which is there. But it's even worse. The mapping we find out here is basically when it starts back in Crimea. That was created, this called Crim Telecom. So basically they created in Crimea, they basically took all the Ukrainian towers, masts, disconnected from Ukrainian networks, created a new local Ukrainian, Crimean Russian network, if you could say like that. It have its own operator codes, just like what any operators, an AT&T, a Verizon, or T-Mobile, or whatever. So then they came there. And this is described in Kiev Post and a lot of other places. This is an article from 2015, basically. When you have a mobile network, you also have some security issues. It's a part of the standard. You have what's called a lawful interception gateway, which basically means that if the police, security authorities want to do surveillance of a person, they have an interface to the network, which basically they put in information, this phone number we want to track, we want to know everything about this person. And this gateway basically puts, it's like an octopus, putting its arm into the networks and take all the information that is about that person. Let's say it was you. Basically, where are you now? Who are you sending text messages to? Who are you receiving text messages from? Who are you calling? Which website do you visit? All those information goes into the lawful interception gateway and back to the police and the authorities. These new Russian networks built in the occupied parts of Ukraine have Cisco as a big supplier of these security solutions, for instance. But in these networks, they have a solution called SORM from a Russian company, and that SORM solution is fully integrated with the Russian security authority, FSB. So that basically means that they can sit in Moscow and decide saying, now we want to do surveillance, because the people living in the occupied areas, their mobile phones goes on these networks. And basically they can sit in Moscow and track them. But what's also happening if it's, let's say some Ukrainians gets into the occupied territories and they have not turned their phone off, then their phone will go and say, is the network here? Just like when you come to the US and you're roaming, it will try to get the network. When you get to the US, your operator will tell the US operator about you can roam on their network. But these networks is open. So what's happening if a Ukrainian phone comes under the network, they can see, oh, here's a phone. It's a Ukrainian phone, which is in our network. And let's imagine there was sitting, suddenly you see 10 Ukrainian phones in a forest in the occupied territories. It's probably not 10 Ukrainian going on a field trip to study the nature, you know? It's probably some guys doing a dirty job which have to be done, okay? Then the Russians have this. So they use this not only to do surveillance of the Ukrainians, which moves into these areas, they also use it to do surveillance of the citizens, and the Russian military use these networks for communication. So this is actually a defense solution. It's an army solution, because the Russian communication solutions, the radio systems, is shitty and old and whatever, and basically these mobile networks is used. That's happening in all countries, that the military and the police enforcement and so on use the normal networks. So what's interesting here is, this is the name of the operators. We have a lot of information about them. And we've been trying to dig into this, because when you create a network like that, when you take a mobile tower where there's some equipment and disconnect it and want to connect it to a new network, you need some help from a vendor. It's not something two school guys can do. And you need also some new equipment, because some of the equipment was used to serve the networks when it was on Ukrainian land, if you could say like that, is in Kiev. But they cannot use that to serve it. So you need to connect it to something else. And you need help. We know that Ericsson and Nokia is not doing business there, that's for sure. But we're trying to find out which role the Chinese have, which role do Huawei have, which role do ZTE have. And basically, we have not been able to get any information. They probably have some other people who do the dirty job for them, some subcontractors. But the reality is, if the Chinese involved in building these 5 networks, or all those who are involved in building these 5 networks, they are delivering communication solutions for the Russian military. This is reality. This is happening every day. Thousands of people are using these networks. As in my presentation, you can see the numbers, how many people it actually is. So when we look at these things is, in these areas of the old Ukraine, the problem is, in Ukraine, all the operators are using Chinese equipment big time. So the Ukrainians are afraid of talking. I've tried to reach out to numbers of people in Ukraine, and trust me, I have good relations in Ukraine. But because the Ukrainian operators are so dependent on Huawei and ZTE equipment, they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to step on the Chinese toes. So talk about supply chains risk. Right now, the Chinese is probably helping the Russians to build and run 5 networks in occupied territories. And the Ukrainians cannot interfere in these things because they get supplies, the networks are supplied by the Chinese. And by the way, the Chinese is working very close to the Russians, okay? Just ask Putin about that.
And Orban.
Yes, and Orban. So basically what I say is, and if you want to know how Huawei is, here's a fantastic article, how they have delivered surveillance camera for Taliban. And this article is less than a year old, in Afghanistan. So Taliban can use surveillance cameras to find their enemies. Listen, show me your friends, I will tell who you are, okay? These is guys who's doing business with Taliban, helping Taliban to do surveillance in Afghanistan and suppress people in Afghanistan. I just want to tell you one thing. In Afghanistan, that's the country where they have shut down the beauty bars where women went to get their manicure and pedicure done, okay? That's the country where girls cannot go to school, okay? This is, sorry to say, it's a way of looking at people which is so far away from where I was born and raised and the values I have. So let me say it very simple. We need to have focus on these things, and we are right now putting a lot of focus of who is building and running these networks in the occupied parts of Ukraine, because we need to find out who's behind this. And we need to get their names on the front of the newspaper, and we need to basically tell the world who's actually helping doing these things. Thank you.
Well, this is also depressing and serious. Maybe we should rather talk about wine. I thought I'd kick off by asking who here likes to drink wine? And I'm so happy I'm not alone. Well, there's a reason for saying this, and that is, can I get my presentation up here? And that is because I started a wine club here in Washington, D.C. to bring South African wine that's not available. And last year, it's not for profit thing, so no one makes money. We just do it for fun. But last year, we couldn't get our wine out of the port of Cape Town. It sat on the quay for 2 months. Fortunately, it was winter, so it didn't get hot. Eventually, we had to fly it out. And the question is, why? Why did that happen? Well, there are two answers to this, and you've heard both of them already today. The first answer is energy, or rather a lack of electricity. The second answer is corruption, which is a major part of the reason for the lack of electricity. South Africa is the most industrialized country in Africa. So it's not on the list of fragile states. But when you look at the map of fragile states, they have things in common. One of them is that the people don't have access to energy. The second is that they all have a lot of energy in fossil fuels and other means in their countries available. The third is that their people go hungry. And the fourth is that they all have a problem with corruption. And if you look at Africa, the youngest continent on earth, by its people, not by its earth, that is certainly, to many of us, a really great concern, but it should be a concern to everyone. Because the United States and Europe and Canada are pouring aid into Africa. It's not helping, it's not working. Well, part of the reason is because, oh, there it is, would you believe that? Part of the reason for that is that, let's just catch up. Fragile states. Part of the reason for that is what is sometimes referred to as the trilemma of energy. On the one hand, everyone wants energy security, enough energy for personal and commercial use. On the other hand, everyone wants energy equity. In other words, that everyone has access to energy. But the US, the West, Europe and the US and Canada are focused on the third item, which is environmental sustainability. And therefore, all these countries in Africa with cheap energy in the ground cannot access it because they cannot finance it. Instead, as happened now again at COP28, they are offered loans to buy expensive renewable energy developments manufactured by China. So the US is lending money to African countries to buy products from China for energy that firstly does not help them to industrialize because you can't build a mine based on solar energy. And secondly, that they can produce more cheaply locally. You look at Gabon, you look at the DRC, you look at countries across Africa, and they all have abundant gas and coal and other fossil fuels in the ground. They also have sun and hydro and geothermal available. It doesn't mean that no one wants a cleaner environment. What it means is, for Africa, the focus is on the two things on which the West doesn't focus. And they are not interested on the one thing that the West is interested in. And therefore, the outcome is actually quite simple. Deprivation. Because people are deprived of energy, they are also deprived of food. They go hungry. This means that you can't develop commercial agriculture across Africa But in South Africa, where there's a thriving commercial agricultural environment, highly competitive, this poor chap at the bottom, his name is Kristopher, he runs the largest poultry operation in South Africa and in Africa. He has been profitable for 23 years until last year. He has just announced the first loss in 23 years. Why is that? Well, it has to do with this chap. He's the Minister of Electricity. In South Africa, we have an abundance of ministers and a lack of electricity. Because we have a Minister of Energy, we have a Minister of State-owned enterprises that runs the electricity utility, and we have a Minister of Electricity, but we do not have electricity. In fact, if you look at what's going on in South Africa, over the last 2 years, collectively, we've lost 11,000 hours of electricity. In fact, this would be funny if it weren't so annoying. The most advanced part of the electricity situation in South Africa right now is that you can load an app on your phone so that you can see when you will have electricity and when you won't in your suburb. Now, the real question is, what must be done? Why did this happen? Why did the most advanced industrial country end up in this position? Well, firstly, it ended up in this position because the state-owned enterprise was subject to what was known as state capture. It's another word for corruption. There was a state capture commission. This is all documented. You can look it up. It's available. It's freely available. You can see who was corrupt. Many of them are still in government. Unless corruption is changed, in other words, unless we have rule of law, the supply chain is not going to change because electricity is broken. But more than that, the ports, the transport system, the entire supply chain in South Africa has been interrupted by corruption. And therefore, if you want to help African countries, and I'm using South Africa as an example because you may not notice it from my accent, but I was born there. If you look at South Africa, and you look at the rest of Africa, where supply chains are even less developed, and you look at all the minerals that are vital for the West, even for those who think that the world's about to end due to climate change. These things can only be procured if these actions are taken. We need to support Africa to make the most of its own resources. Why would you allow China to build coal-fired power stations unfettered, but you won't allow them in Africa where people actually need the power to develop, or gas, or any of the other local resources? If you look at the development, it's very clear that market solutions should be encouraged. The governments have failed. The idea that because government's involved, poor people will have access to anything has been disproven decisively. So therefore, you need market solutions. You need institutions. It's impossible to have rule of law without decent institutions. So if you want to sort out the supply problem or the supply chain problem in South Africa, you need the rule of law problem to be solved first. Agriculture and mining are the two things in Africa that should be leading the way in terms of economic sectors. The US, Europe, and Canada should be focusing on agriculture and mining by supporting rule of law and by ensuring that cheap energy is produced where it exists for those who need it, right next door. To come to my wine story, we have a new shipment planned for this year. We hope it'll arrive sometime next year. Because none of these problems have been solved, and we're still thirsty. Thank you so much for giving me your time.
Thank you so much for having me. I was going to open by saying when I started my career as a litigator, after about 10 years, I moved into in-house practice, into defense manufacturing. And the first thing I heard when I heard the word supply chain was, ugh, this sounds so boring. I didn't know I could have thought of wine. That might have helped a little. But why do I mention this? Because I think the term supply chain is a very sterile term. I think my esteemed colleagues here have made it clear that when you say the word supply chain, it's ambiguous. It's very dependent on what sector you're talking about, what country you come from, and the issues that are facing you. But when we use just the term supply chain, it becomes sterile, right? And yet, each and every one of my colleagues up here have talked about the actual dangers that exist in any given sector when we really drill down. So as hopefully you saw, I'm the Chief Legal Officer of Quantinuum. We're a quantum computing company. And for those who were here yesterday, I believe my colleagues from the various industries spoke a little bit about what quantum computing is. I'll give a little bit of a recap. It can do many things. And I want to preface by saying that it's an emerging technology. And if you're thinking, I don't know what that means, or maybe I saw that in a Marvel movie, you're probably right. Unless you were a quantum physicist, you may not actually know what it means. And that's okay, but what you do need to know is what it can do. What quantum computing can do, eventually, is break public key encryption. It can do many things, and it can do many things before we reach that point. But for those of you who are security-minded, as I think we all are, that is a very frightening thing to think about. I'll put it in a little bit more basic terms. Your financial information that flows across the internet, which is protected in traditional encryption technologies, will be broken. My colleagues spoke yesterday about hack now, decrypt later. It's something that China's been doing for many years. You take data, it's encrypted, and eventually, you'll be able to hack it because you can break those keys. This is not the world we live in right now. And that's important too, because in the panel yesterday during cybersecurity, we spoke about the various issues that people are facing right now, today, as it relates to cybercrime. And sometimes it means that you become so focused on today that a concept that's so hard, like quantum computing, it's abstract. It doesn't matter, except it does. And that brings me back to supply chain. Because in quantum computing, you kind of lump it in with AI or machine learning or cryptocurrency. But the core of quantum computing involves quantum hardware. And these hardware systems have never been made before, only in the last 30-ish years. They've been made in labs. They've been made by scientists who tinker and play. I would draw an analogy if you've had a chance to see the movie Oppenheimer. It's kind of like when you put a bunch of scientists together and they're trying to tinker and play and figure stuff out. Recently, in this industry, these systems are becoming more powerful. They're starting to enter into the regular marketplace. Companies like mine are making them available both on the web and through direct access. But at the heart of it, it comes down to this. I know you can't see it, so I apologize. I should have had slides. But effectively, this is a trap. This is how we generate our qubits. At Quantinuum, we make these ourselves. For those in the back, it's about the size of your thumbnail, okay? This isn't just the system, though. This is one little part of it. It's surrounded by a bunch of electrodes that essentially are connected to a bunch of computers that send signals. We put it into a vacuum chamber. It's about the size of a football. In that vacuum chamber, we pump in helium. Now, if you've seen pictures of certain quantum computers, they don't all look like ours. You might have seen IBM's. They have a superconducting system. It's a really, really pretty image of a gold-looking chandelier. That's actually a dilution refrigeration system that actually uses helium, but I'll get to that in a moment. Our system is surrounded, as I mentioned. We have our vacuum chamber, and we then take lasers. We point those lasers through a bunch of lenses, little optical things, like when you go to the eye doctor and you have to look through stuff, kind of looks like that. We send those lasers through those lenses to get the waves just right, and then we pump them into the chamber to go up into this trap. Why do I tell you this? Because the actual system is about 100 square meters. I actually had to Google that because I am American, and so for those of us who are from the United States, that it's about 1,100 square feet. All of the parts that go into making this system come from 900 vendors from around the world. And that's just the parts that we touch. Each of those parts, right, those subcomponent parts, the sub-assemblies, the computer systems, the motherboards, the chips in those own things, come from a huge, huge, huge long line of suppliers from all over the world. What's more, in our industry, and before I get there, we bring all those parts together and our scientists tinker and put them together. These systems are not static. They're growing. We have to scale them to get to that really scary thing I mentioned, where we break public key encryption. Not that Quantinuum would, but the systems themselves. That is coming, and it's coming through building out the supply chain. It's coming through finding the scarce resources that go into these subassembly parts, these subcomponent parts that are necessary in order to build your system. And this has to grow. It has to get bigger. We have to change how it's designed so that we can continue to make them stronger, bigger, and better. But that means we have to talk to our suppliers, to our vendors. We have to collaborate. Many of our key component parts require us to have actual joint development with other suppliers. And I go back to my statement that in our industry, 80% of our suppliers are global. Now, we have worked very hard to not incorporate any direct parts from China, but it is undoubtedly true that raw materials that go into some of the parts we receive are coming out of China and other regions. That's just the nature of what we have today in the global economy. So what does this mean again to emerging technologies? It means that there's a lot of necessary collaboration to continue to grow these various emerging fields. It means that we have to be able to talk to vendors in Germany, Austria, the UK, Finland, all around the world to be able to say, hey, we've changed this thing. We need you to make a change to your thing. Let's see if it works. Sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't. And sometimes the two parties have to get together to work on it more. So why do I say this to you? Because many of you sitting here today have the power to create policy. And as I think we've talked about, China is a huge risk to all of us. And a lot of the policies that are coming out of various countries are touching on these emerging critical technologies. They're putting in rules because we want to keep China from advancing so that they don't have the power to break public key encryption. But we have to be smart about it. We have to understand what policy means to that scientist who's like, I just can't get that laser to be just right. I've got to talk to the vendor. And certainly we have export controls, and it's easy, I suppose, for companies to go and get licenses and have these conversations. But what's really, really critical is understanding the implications in these critical fields. And this is true not just for emerging technologies, but really critical manufacturing as well. Because any company that you speak to is worried about three things: their people, their places, and their things. I've talked about things for a minute, but one of the other critical pieces are the people and the know-how. And one of the things that at least we in the United States, but really in many of the advanced economies around the world have done, is outsourced the know-how to build these things. And as we are looking to bring that back into the United States and into our allied countries, what we're finding is a lack of skilled workers who have the ability to know how to make the things or do the things on the factory floor to be able to create these parts. And I realize that, again, in speaking about supply chains, it's kind of like boiling the ocean. But all of this is critical because it's all interwoven into what is the fabric of each and every one of our countries. The skilled workers, the resources, the raw materials, the ability to ship in and out of other areas. Understanding what your critical supplies look like and what the critical manufacturing, the exports and the imports, where they're coming from and where the fragility lies, is absolutely crucial in then being able to set policy. With that, I again thank you so much for letting me speak. Hopefully, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. Thank you.
Terrific, thank you. Terrific presentation. Do we have any questions now for the panel? Please. Where are the mics? This is a hot mic. Does that one work?
Thank you. I have a question and a comment for Mr. Strand. I thank you for bringing to the attention the Western Balkans, because it is very important, especially after the conflict in Ukraine. We are so close, and it seems to me European Union is drawing lessons at a very low speed. So I think that they should accelerate, the acceptance of all these countries, especially under the newly created situations. But at the same time, they are so tolerant about some countries, talking about Chinese and Russian investments in the region. Of course, if one country like Albania, and I come from Albania, has banned a lot of Chinese investments, another country which is even ahead in this process of integration to European Union has a lot of Chinese investment, up to 25 billion, of dollars. And of course, Russia is so much present, trying to destabilize all the region and trying to delay the integration. Luckily enough, there are countries which are NATO countries, and there are countries which dare even to attack police in the border police. And of course, Russia is behind. You all know this. So I want to appeal that there should be much more presence of United States, even in investments, in order to have and to not to solve completely, but at least to minimize these problems. Because I see that there are no, let's say, competitors to the Chinese vendors. Okay, my country did it. What about the other countries? Second, telecommunications. If a company from EU countries buys over the telecommunication in my country, how can I know that this is not under the Russian influence, if it is an Hungarian telecom company? So these are serious problems, and of course, I think European Union and other structures have also to remodel their policies under the newly created situations of security, which is, multidimensional. And I'm not talking only about security concerning wars. But there are also countries, sorry, I want to mention it, which have one foot in EU and the other in some economic structures dominated by Russia and China. And they are still aspiring to join the European Union. Not joining the sanctions and, of course, creating a lot of problems. Thank you very much.
Let me take your comments and make my comments to it in 3 steps. I'm not a politician, so I'm not a member of the parliament. I'm a telecom expert. No, but let me finish. But let's look at your wish to speed up the process, and I don't disagree with you when it comes to those things. Let me say it very simple. I'm so old that I grew up during the Cold War, and I went to a lot of these East European countries before the wall went down. I think I was on ski first time in Poiana Brașov in Romania in 1978. The Christmas 78, 79, okay? A lot of people here was very young at that time. So I have seen what we have happened. And to be honest, I have a daughter which is 11 and a son which is 9. And they ask me quite often, Daddy, in particular when things happen in Ukraine and so on, it's a terrible world we live in. I say to them, listen, the world have never been more peaceful than it is right now, despite the fact the things we see and so on. There's never been so many people been taken out of poverty. We actually live in a much better world today than we did when I graduated from high school 40 years ago in 1983. So that's happened a lot of positive things. And I was also say Denmark had the chairmanship when the European Union did the enlargement with all the East European countries way back some years, numbers of years ago. And if I look at what the impact have been on those countries, have been unbelievable, fantastic. So let's face that. I also feel that, and that counts for the European Union and United States, we have not been good enough of creating and helping our neighbors. I think there's a lot of people from Africa here, and I met a politician in one of these events from, doesn't matter which country it was in Africa. He said that all the migrants was coming to Europe from my country. Please send them back. It's the hard work, best educated people was leaving my country. It's the hardest working people doing it. And it's the men and so on. And what we sit back with is the women, the kids, and the old people. We need these people to build up our country. But we also need to, because I think the main part of everyone would prefer to live in their own country. We need to see they have the options in their country. So the European Union is changing right now. There's a huge investment program, I think it's like 3,000 billion euros put into it to help Africa and Latin America. We need to do something. America needs to do something. They've been very bad when it comes to Latin America. Yes. On the other side, I would also like to, and the process, it takes time. I'm sorry. I wish we could open the doors, but it's not easy always to do it. Because we also have a way we make decisions inside the European Union. And right now we have some countries in the European Union which some other countries feel is a problem. But my friend from Romania over here keep on talking about Orban. But anyhow, Hungary have been a part of it for a long time, and he's elected. So is that, and you can agree or disagree, but we are living in democracy. And then I want to end up with quoting Marco Rubio from yesterday, who basically says, yes, living in a democracy is a little bit more complicated. Things takes a little bit longer time. Living in a dictatorship, he used another word, but I would like to use the word dictatorship, okay? And yes, it's not the perfect model when a lot of people have to agree and do these things. I just want to say, it comes with a price to go to bed with the Chinese, and I'm using that word because I think it's a way to express it. And yes, I know they've been very generous to a lot of countries, but they also put into debt. So let me come an example from when we had this event in Panama. There was a guy who had a presentation explaining how China had built some communications, space satellite communications centers in Argentina and promised not to use them for defense issues. And then they found that they probably did it. And China's response was, listen, if we're going to remove this, we will call all the loans which China has been giving to Argentina. So we basically just want to say, listen, doing business with China is like doing business with criminals, you know? Thank you.
Thank you. Cristian, we'll give you 30 seconds.
All right, thank you. So we have the same problem within the Romania, just adopted very interesting filtration mechanism for Chinese investment. So Chinese company tried to make electric buses in Romania and it couldn't, it was refused. So then they went to Poland, who didn't do the same. And they built the buses that we bought in Bucharest in Poland. So we bought Chinese buses made in Poland. We couldn't do it at home. So we need to apply the same standards for everybody. That's it.
Thank you. What a terrific panel. Really appreciate it. We're going to continue on with our program. Thank you. If we can have the illicit finance panel, these are outstanding individuals. John Casera, prolific writer. I hope you'll catch his books. They're fantastic on illicit finance, even a novel. Tom Cottamone, Director of Global Financial Integrity. Jerome Beaumont, the Executive Secretary of Egmont Group of Financial Intelligence. Elizabeth Franków-Jaśkiewicz, Head of the International Cooperation Unit within the Department of Financial Information of the Polish Ministry of Finance. She is also the interim chair of the Egmont Group of Financial Intelligence. And Mr. Mariano Federici, the Senior Manager, Director of K2 Integrity, and the former chairman of the Egmont Group of Financial Intelligence Units. A very outstanding panel on illicit finance. You will learn much from these great individuals, so carry on.
Congressman Pittenger, parliamentarians and participants, thank you. I'm absolutely delighted to be here with you today. You know, over the last day and a half, we've had some outstanding presentations, really, really interesting subject matters. But one thing that struck me is how often China has come up in all of our conversations. It's worth noting particularly because the speakers have been very diverse. The countries they represent are very diverse. They have various fields of expertise, but nevertheless, China seems to be the common denominator. Now, we've talked about China as a military threat. We've talked about China as an economic threat. We've talked about China as a commercial threat, human rights threat, information technology. But one thing we really haven't talked about at all is what I call China as a transnational criminal threat and a big money laundering threat. And that's my background. I've been in international law enforcement for about 30 years or so, specializing in international money laundering. And over the last few years, I've become increasingly concerned about how the international community has seemingly ignored what I call China, CCP Inc., transnational crime, and money laundering. In fact, this last year, I wrote a book, released a book called just that, China's Specified Unlawful Activities, CCP Inc., Transnational Crime, and Money Laundering. In that book, I looked at the 12 largest categories of transnational crime, things that you're all familiar with, narcotics trafficking, human trafficking, wildlife trafficking, illegal fishing, counterfeit, intellectual property rights violations, and many others. And in 11 of those 12 categories of transnational crime, China leads the world. China, CCP Inc., China actors lead the world. And I also looked at Chinese, what I call Chinese-centric money laundering methodologies and enablers. Now, in this panel, we're going to be discussing illicit trade, illicit finance and illicit trade. So what I'm going to talk about in the time I have allocated to me is just make a few points about illicit finance, illicit trade as it relates to CCP Inc., specifically trade-based money laundering. So let me begin by talking just a little bit about trade fraud, because it's perhaps the most extensive or widespread form of Chinese and global money laundering. And it comes from trade misinvoicing. Trade fraud is also what we call a specified unlawful activity or predicate offense to charge money laundering. Depending on its form, it can also be a money laundering methodology itself. In fact, I believe it is the largest and most widespread money laundering methodology in the world, it's also the least recognized, understood, and enforced. Most forms of trade misinvoicing revolve around invoice fraud and manipulation. Generally speaking, invoice fraud means the contents, the description, and/or the value of the goods have been deliberately misrepresented. This is done for a number of reasons, but primarily it's to get minimize taxes, duties, VAT fraud, promote export incentive fraud. It's part of alternative remittance systems, parallel banking systems, this type of thing. Now, China is the largest trading nation in the world. In 2022, according to the CCP's own numbers, even factoring in the worldwide pandemic, China's foreign trade volume hit a reported high of about $6 trillion. How much of that represents trade fraud? Well, we don't know, because getting reliable data out of China and about China is problematical, and enforcement relating to Chinese trade fraud is very, very limited. In addition, trade-based money laundering, trade fraud, can be very complex because the launderers hide behind individual transactions within the vast volume of legitimate trade. For example, general merchandise trade in 2022 totaled about 22 trillion US dollars in exports alone. Another reason why it's so hard to get accurate numbers and to follow the money and value trail is because traders transfers monies across borders, often using multiple currencies with very complex financing. But using a conservative estimate, I'm gonna use 10%. I'm not gonna tell you how I got that because it's too time consuming. But using a very conservative estimate that 10% of China's trade is suspect or involved with trade fraud, that could mean possibly Chinese trade is approximately, suspect Chinese trade is approximately $600 billion a year. $600 billion a year. That's an enormous number, but next to nothing is being done about it. Also think how much trade fraud is costing your governments in, say, tax and duty, VAT fraud, this type of thing. Now let's turn to capital flight. Similar to trade fraud, by far China leads the world in capital flight. From 2006 to 2016, an estimated $4 trillion left China. $4 trillion in capital left China. Already this year, the capital outflow has been the largest since 2015. This quarter has been particularly brutal for CCP Inc. Most of this is due to economic and political uncertainties, their collapsing real estate market, terrible return on investments for traditional Chinese internal investments, savings vehicles. And the CCP Inc. has responded. They've had capital controls for years, capital flight restrictions for years, yet even middle-class Chinese use very creative means to get their hard-earned capital out of the country. Some people think that capital flight isn't money laundering, and for the most part it isn't, but a lot of it actually is. Capital flight could be considered money laundering because a lot of the capital that's leaving China is the proceeds of crime. In anti-money laundering, we talk about mixing or commingling illicit with licit. And if some of it's tainted, then the whole pot is in effect dirty money. Now, to the point of going back to illicit trade and illicit finance, the point of this is that Chinese often use trade fraud or value transfers in ways to circumvent capital flight controls. For example, in trade-based money laundering, to move money and value out, actors import goods at overvalued prices or export goods at undervalued prices. This happens constantly with Chinese traders. Now, I want to briefly mention China's massive involvement in global black market exchanges. Last year at this forum, I provided some details about the evolution of the Colombian black market peso exchange and how forms of this exchange have spread around the world. I'm sure they affect your countries. In these international exchanges, illicit proceeds are increasingly used to purchase Chinese trade goods directly from China or from international businesses or Chinese brokers. There's willful blindness on the part of the Chinese vendors and brokers. They really don't care where the money comes from, the origin of the money. They just want to complete the deal. A further worrisome spin on these black market exchanges is the use of Chinese apps, such as WeChat Pay on mobile phones. Chinese brokers working with the cartels identify a Chinese business person working in a host country that has a cash-intensive business. The broker gives the proceeds of crime to the business person who launders it through his or her business accounts, and using the phone app, a like amount of money in China is transferred from the business person's China account to an account designated by the broker and the transnational criminal group. It's a very, very effective money laundering scheme, one that we are hard-pressed to combat, and almost completely our anti-money laundering countermeasures simply can't keep up. And by anti-money laundering countermeasures, I primarily mean financial intelligence, and I know we're going to hear from our colleagues at the Egmont Group about that in a little bit. In this forum, I also talked a little about Chinese underground financial systems called Faiqian or flying money. Historically and culturally, flying money is also based on the misuse of trade. Now, why is this important? Well, because according to estimates put forward both by the World Bank and the IMF, unrecorded remittances could be as high as $1.5 trillion every year, as opposed to, say, recorded remittances by the Western Unions and the MoneyGrams of the world. Flying money is perhaps one of the largest, well, it is one of the largest underground remittance systems. Its use is global. Certainly it's found in the countries that you represent. Now, international flying money brokers often use the process of countervaluation or over and under invoicing to settle accounts between their brokers. This is where the trade fraud, the trade-based money laundering comes in. While flying money is often innocent, benign, certainly just used to send remittances from hard-earned workers back home, because it is so opaque and it ignores or gets around our anti-money laundering countermeasures, it's also frequently used to remit, if you will, the proceeds of crime. Now, I'm just about out of time, but I want to emphasize that there are many Chinese CCP enablers that drive money laundering. I write about them in some of my book, including the use of free trade zones, gaming, real estate investments, the use of offshores and secrecy havens, influence operations, and many, many others. Perhaps the most pernicious of all is CCP Inc. corruption. We've talked a little bit about corruption over the last day and a half. I think corruption, particularly dealing with money laundering, is the great enabler or the great facilitator. Now, many of these money laundering enablers have taken root in China's Belt and Road Initiative. China has signed more than 200 agreements in jointly building the BRI with about 152 countries and 32 international organizations, and has invested well over $1 trillion in the BRI initiative. They did not do this for friendship. Rather, there's a growing and alarming overlap between China's involvement in transnational crime and illicit finance and their rapidly expanding international presence. I believe the evidence shows, and when I mean evidence, I go back to that $2 trillion of illicit proceeds every year, which is about half of the roughly 4 trillion that is laundered every year worldwide by all sources. But I believe the evidence shows that without a doubt, China, again, CCP Inc., is the largest and most dangerous criminal actor in the world today. In law enforcement parlance, we would say it acts like an ongoing criminal enterprise. I believe CCP Inc. criminality is occurring in every country represented here. I don't understand why we continue to ignore the threat, but there is some grounds for optimism if we act on it, because I firmly believe on a tactical level, this is where CCP Inc. is most vulnerable, going after them at the criminal level. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, or perhaps it's afternoon now. Pleasure to be here. For those of you who are not familiar with Global Financial Integrity, we are a Washington-based think tank that conducts research on illicit financial flows, illicit trade, money laundering, transnational crime, as well as providing training and advice to governments that have demonstrated the interest and the political will to try to address these issues in their particular countries. What I'd like to do with my 8 or 10 minutes today is to talk about these issues: illicit trade, transnational crime, national security issues, money laundering challenges, and what we, through our research, have found to be sort of the connecting tissue to all these various criminal activity, which is opacity in ownership of commercial shipping vessels. Before I get to that specifically, I think it's important to try to provide a brief order of magnitude on what we're talking about. Our research and that of other organizations has shown that counterfeiting of goods is about $1 trillion business each year. And this can include handbags and watches and sunglasses and sneakers, but also medicines of various types, infant formula, things that can actually be harmful to people who take them. They're either have lower effective qualities, or they could be outright dangerous and can threaten the health and lives of people. Added to that, if you look at the illegal trade in legitimate products, whether it be minerals, timber, fish, that's another $150 billion a year. Narcotics is $500 billion, $600 billion, I think we heard earlier this morning, perhaps as much as $650 billion business a year. So this is a massive, massive challenge to law enforcement. These types of illicit trade activities, as we've heard today earlier, used by terrorist organizations, transnational criminal groups, non-state actors, drug cartels. It is the way to earn and move money around the globe. This type of illegal trade affects a whole swath of society. It prevents revenue generating for companies that actually provide the legal products that are being copied in the counterfeit area, threatens the health, as I've already seen, and can substantially reduce the number of jobs that could be created from legitimate products. The OECD did a study a couple of years ago, and they estimate that some 400,000 jobs a year in Europe are not created or are lost because of this type of criminal activity. Altogether, illicit trade is about $2 trillion a year. So again, a massive challenge for law enforcement. What we have found is that the linking factor between these types of illicit trade, and whether it's some sort of fraudulent medicine, impure baby formula, cocaine, or illicit oil coming out of Russia is that they are likely delivered by ship. The vast majority of international trade, about 85% of international trade, is delivered by ship. So it was our view at the outset, our hypothesis is that it would be likely that illicit goods are probably delivered in the same way. The problem is that the ownership of commercial vessels is shrouded in darkness in many instances. In April, we released a paper along with S&P Global, which you may be familiar with that firm. They're probably one of the leading providers of commercial shipping data in the world, as well as with the Institute of International Banking Law and Practice. And we looked at the ownership of commercial ships around the world and found that a little more than 12% of global shipping has no company name whatsoever associated with the ships. That's over 8,300 commercial shipping vessels that have no known company name associated with them. And that is a very sort of low bar if you're talking about transparency of ownership. We didn't even get into looking at where there was a company name associated but no beneficial owner name associated with it. That is a person or individuals that could be identified as actually benefiting, owning, controlling the activities of those particular vessels. What we found was that for ships that have no known company associated with it, they are more than twice as likely to evade, violate safety rules and other regulations governing maritime activity around the world. They are associated with so-called dark fleets. You've probably been seeing this in the media related to oil coming out of Russia. We have found that these ships are more than likely flagged in a so-called flag of convenience state. These are countries that allow ships to use their national flag with not necessarily any connection between the company being based there or the beneficial owner being a citizen of that country. For a fee, these ships are provided with the flag, very low taxes, very low regulation, very low oversight of some of these regulations that should be followed. And we also found that these ships that have no connection with a company tend to be in so-called single ship fleets. And we see that also related to many types of illegal activity. So sort of the metaphor I like to use talking about this is that the world's oceans are the international circulatory system for the economy, for the global economy. These ships with no known owners are the cancer cells flowing through that circulatory system, and it is incumbent upon governments to begin to take a look, shine a light, try to identify these cancer cells and address that problem. Now, data linking ships with no known owners to the delivery of illicit goods is, as you may well know, is very difficult to come by. Law enforcement doesn't tend to want to give it up. We've engaged with Customs and Border Protection here and their colleagues in the UK and other countries in Europe. It's very difficult to get this information. In several cases, this type of information has made it into the public domain. So these are not large data sets by any stretch of the imagination, but they do go to the point of looking at these patterns, these connections between opaque ownership and illegal activity. Just this year we've been able to find 11 instances of a ship being connected to delivery of, as it turns out, they were all related to drug imports into Europe. 9 of the 11 had no known owner. 6 were flying flags of convenience. And a very good example of this was just seen in September when a ship by the name of the MV Matthews was interdicted off the coast of Ireland with 2,400 kilos of cocaine on it. Just 2 months earlier, the ship was owned by a Chinese firm. It was sold in August, reflagged in the Marshall Islands. Unclear who the owners are, although it seems from media reports that they may be tied to criminal organizations in Ireland. But it just goes to show that this is the type of activity that we can find when the data are available. Similar numbers are available for the United States. Again, it's difficult to find the information, but when we do find it, we find a very high percentage of ship names connected to illegal goods coming in tend to have no known owners. Speaking of the United States, our paper in April showed that in 2022 alone, some 500 ships with no known owners made 800 visits to U.S. ports that year. So we have no idea of who actually owns, controls, benefits financially from many of the ships that come into the United States. If I'm a national security policy person, this would give me some sleepless nights knowing that we don't know who actually owns these ships coming in. John Walsh this morning was talking about paying attention to your borders. If you don't protect your borders, you can't control what comes into the country. All our ports are essentially borders, and we don't understand who actually owns the vessels that come in to our ports. The lack of owner affiliation means that all types of illicit goods from around the globe can come in with little to no ramifications for the people who actually own these vessels. This is very much a low-risk, high-return endeavor for whatever illegal activity might be taking place, whether it's human trafficking, illegal fishing, drug trafficking, of course, and a whole host of other crimes, which for the most part, very rarely get prosecuted. The goods themselves are often interdicted, but the people bringing them in often are not. So, briefly, 2 solutions on how we can begin to address this challenge. First, from a national perspective, would be to require any ship coming into a port to provide their beneficial ownership information prior to docking. That is, who is the person or persons who own the vessel. It's a very simple process that could be undertaken. Without this information, docking should be denied. It's a very simple thing to do, and if you're not doing anything nefarious, you shouldn't have a problem providing the information. Secondly, we believe there should be a new global norm, a new global standard, a public global beneficial ownership registry for any company that owns a ship or operates a ship. Who are the people who actually own these companies? You may have seen that over the last 5 years or so, perhaps a bit more than that, there has been a wave of governments that have committed to creating beneficial ownership registries for their country. In the United States, our Corporate Transparency Act mandated that we create a beneficial ownership registry, which will go into effect on January 1st. Some 130 governments have done this. Despite this, there are wide variations in the pace that these are being implemented in, the ability for the public to get this information, investigative journalists, analysts like ours, in addition, of course, to national security folks and law enforcement individuals. So because it is uneven, the quality of the verification and the validation of the data is different. We believe there should be a dedicated beneficial ownership registry just for global commercial ships that should be implemented by the International Maritime Organization. We believe that that would be the logical place for this to be implemented. If this were to be done, it would shine a light in the dark places of the global economy, would shine a light to address transnational crime, would be a game changer for law enforcement, certainly, but also for financial institutions that provide trade financing. They may not have any idea who owns a particular ship that they may be financing a trade transaction. It would be beneficial to insurance companies, maritime insurance firms, to prevent against fraud. We see time after time ships being set on fire or scuttled for the insurance money. Whether you're interested in environmental crime or human trafficking, this type of information is invaluable to try to get to the owners of the vessels that are actually delivering these goods, and in some cases, these individuals around the world. These ideas have been presented to members of the European Parliament. They are now in the process of negotiating their next anti-money laundering directive. They are considering whether some of these two ideas may be implemented into that new legislation. It is our view that other governments, other jurisdictions should likewise examine these ideas and seeing whether they are beneficial for their particular security in law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Appreciate it. Please.
Good afternoon. I am Lilita Franków-Jaśkiewicz, the interim chair of the Egmont Group of Facial Intelligence Units. Okay. Okay, thank you. At the same time, I am the deputy director of the Department of Financial Information, which is the Polish FIU, placed within the Polish Ministry of Finance. I thought that during this short break, almost all people will leave. I was a bit afraid, but I'm really happy that you are back to the room and we can continue having a great number of people still in the room. It is my pleasure to be here with you today at the 2023 Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum and to speak on behalf of the Egmont Group on the critical topic of illicit finance. The effects of money laundering are severe and extensive. It can create global and local impacts for businesses, economies, nations, affecting millions of people worldwide. The Egmont Group recognizes the financial intelligence sharing as paramount and has become the cornerstone of international efforts to counter money laundering, terrorist financing, and associated predicate offenses. Financial intelligence units, FIUs, serve as national centers for the receipt and analysis of suspicious transaction reports and relevant money laundering information, associated predicate offenses, and terrorist financing. FIUs are also responsible for disseminating analytical results. FIUs are really the nerve center of anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing efforts. They are uniquely positioned to cooperate and support national and international efforts to counter terrorist financing and are the trusted gateway for sharing financial information domestically and internationally under global anti-money laundering and counter-financing of terrorism standards. Following the money is a critical element in exposing crimes or planned terrorist acts. Tracing the web of money laundering and terrorist financing isn't easy due to the global nature of money laundering and terrorist financing. Money can quickly move across borders and evade detection. However, Different barriers exist that impede the exchange of information between the FIUs. As a global organization, the Egmont Group is uniquely positioned to facilitate bilateral and multilateral exchange of information on operational and strategic level by removing barriers that impede the exchange of information between FIUs. The Egmont Group is the only global organization formed by 170 members FIUs, such as FinCEN in the US, established to first, as it was mentioned several times here today and also yesterday, to facilitate operational cooperation among its members. Egmont provides a secure information exchange platform, so-called Egmont Secure Web. Second, provide capacity building through its technical assistance and training working group, and ECOFL, the Egmont Group Center of FIU Excellence and Leadership. And third, also share expertise such as typology reports and red flags among its members, including through the Information Exchange Working Group. We heard also several times the a couple of good examples of typologies, and this is what our working group, Information Exchange Working Group, does. They work on typologies that help our FIUs to better understand the problem of money laundering and terrorist financing. In 2021-2022, Egmont Group members received a total more than 600,000 million reports in their jurisdictions. Through the network of the Egmont Group, all this information can be exploited for the benefit of the analysis of all the Egmont Group members. A clear expression of our members' goal to provide the best intelligence in support of LIA's needs is reflected by more than 23,500 international exchanges of information that were conducted by by Egmont Group FIUs in 2021-2022. This is prior to the judicial proceedings, so you can see how big is the number and how we help the law enforcement agencies. The Egmont Group also provides capacity building through the ECOFL, as I mentioned, the Egmont Group Center of FIU Excellence and Leadership. ECOFL was created as an engine and hub to assist FIUs further as they strive towards excellence and leadership. Since its establishment in 2018, ECOFL has supported over 190 jurisdictions by providing innovative technical assistance and developing the first unique e-learning platform for FIUs, with nearly 7,000 registered participants and 20 e-learning courses already developed and launched. We would like to take this opportunity to highlight the US State Department's Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs, INL, as a key stakeholder and long-standing supporter of the ECOFL program. Their support has allowed the Egmont Group and ECOFL to continue delivering on its mission of providing innovative, high-quality capacity building and technical assistance programs to all 170 member FIUs. We thank them for their ongoing commitment to AML education and intelligence sharing among our members. The Egmont Group shares expertise, typology reports, and red flags among the members, including through its Information Exchange Working Group. The Egmont Group is committed to and dedicated to an advancement AML and CFT strategies and furthering the knowledge of financial intelligence within the international community. Through the Information Exchange Working Group, the Egmont Group has delivered over 35 important projects in the past 5 years alone. We have issued jointly with the FITF many reports such as concealment of beneficial ownership and trade-based money laundering trends and developments. Exactly this what my colleagues mentioned before. In 2023, the Egmont Group, through the Information Exchange Working Group, has completed the following projects: detecting trade-based money laundering and misuse of corporate structures. The project objective is to enhance the detection of trade-based money laundering and service-based money laundering schemes by identifying shell companies involved in such activities. The second one is the use of open source intelligence in FIU operational and strategic analysis. The project assesses to what extent open source intelligence affects or influences the operational and strategic analysis conducted by FIUs. The Information Exchange Working Group is also working on its next project, the FIU rule in combating sanctions evasion. This project will deliver an assessment of financial indicators and risk factors associated with the evasion of sanctions. Information will be drawn from participating member FIUs, their domestic intelligence and law enforcement partners, and also sanctions implementing and enforcement bodies, and also civil society. To access all these reports prepared by Egmont Group, you could visit our publicly available website. And of course, I invite you to do this. And with this, I would like to give the floor, hand over to Mr. Jerome Baumel, the Executive Secretary of the Egmont Group of Financial Intelligence Units. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's always a pleasure being here. I've seen this forum grow. I was impressed by the level of the discussions yesterday and today. All this, I must say, where there is a will, there is a way. And Rob Pittenger's had that will. He made it possible. I'm simply impressed. I'm also glad to be here to see colleagues and friends from the FIU Egmont Group, but also broader. I'm here. Ella kind of set the stage at the macro level. I will get into the weeds of a couple of points here. First of all, illicit finance is vast and growing. It's all about this, right? And according to the United Nations, we can consider that between 2 to 5 trillion USD is being laundered every year. So it's a huge number, you know, it's difficult to figure out what does that mean. It's big, this is the idea. But interestingly, and I think John extensively talked about the money that is laundered through trade-based money laundering, let's say, and which represents a big amount of the money that is laundered. I would call it traditional money laundering. And interestingly, I think it's Senator Rubio yesterday who said, we are 20th century people and we are tackling new things that we were not prepared to tackle. And here I'm talking about the Web3. I was happy to see Yaya Fanusie this morning talking about crypto and stuff. And here I will go a little further. I'm talking about Web3. I don't know to what extent you're familiar with this. It is crypto, but it includes also NFTs. It includes decentralized finance, which is called DeFi. And we see more and more money laundered through that space, this Web3 space, which has nothing to do with what we know, the traditional banking system. I want to give you an example. At some point, I was fed up with watching endless PowerPoints on crypto. And I thought, gosh, how to get to know that? So I decided to open an account on Coinbase. And I bought Bitcoins, well, the three generations of cryptos, okay? So it's Bitcoin generation 1, it's Ethereum generation 2, Solana generation 3, okay? I bought for $50. That was the cost of the knowledge. I started receiving small amounts of crypto, $1, $2, $3. It was interesting because I discovered first that it's not easy to send money or to receive money. It's not necessarily cheap, doesn't necessarily go fast. So that was my first understanding of that space. Then I got to the next level, which was to, instead of buying an NFT, you know, non-fungible token, it's those stupid images of monkeys and stuff, and people at some point were buying that $1 million, okay? So I thought, instead of buying, I will create my own NFT. And this is what I did. So I took the drawing of my 7-year-old son. You can see here, it's a little difficult to see from the bottom. It's just a dragon, a red dragon. I scanned it, put it on OpenSea, which is the worldwide market for NFTs, and I put it through Ethereum.
You got $1 million.
And I got nothing. I got nothing, Mariano. The thing is, I would be a professional money launderer. I would get along with other professional money launderers. I would put it 1 million USD or 1 million Ethereum. Another person would buy it. Okay, this is a beautiful and very simple way of launder money. You don't need to go through banks. You don't need to go through all that. You can launder a lot of money. And why that? And it's cheap. It's not that risky. And I will explain why. Because let's imagine I would have done that. Then who would have detected this? Who would have reported that? Who would have analyzed that information? Who would have sent that to law enforcement? What law enforcement agency would have investigated this? What prosecutor would have worked on it and maybe, you know, try to indict anyone? Nobody. Nobody's doing that. Nobody. So the second level of that space, this Web3, what I call NFT, is very promising in terms of money laundering, unfortunately. The third level of discovery, let's say, was the decentralized finance. Basically, you don't need a bank. I'm ready to lend money. Some people need money to borrow. It's decentralized through smart contracts. It is a very complex environment. It took me hours, dozens of hours to try to understand how I could basically borrow money, for example, and from who. And the idea of decentralized finance is you don't know who you are borrowing from. You don't know who you are lending money to, okay? But this is the principle, it's the concept. In reality, there are ways to know who you are borrowing money from. So basically, again, a very good way, let's say, to launder money. So now I come back to the illicit finance. I would say it is urgent to tackle, to fight money laundering, to track, and to confiscate, because there's one thing that criminals don't like is to go to jail. But there is one thing that they hate even more is when we are able to take their money away from them. The third one, of course, is it can generate a good fight against money laundering, can generate resources that can be used to address the social problems that were caused by criminal organizations. Ella explained what Egmont does, what FIUs do, and it's a lot about FIU to FIU cooperation. Sometimes, and I want to say it because there are some people who have a law enforcement experience here, it's also possible to have law enforcement of country A asking its own financial intelligence unit to contact another financial intelligence unit to get information from that other countries. It's what we call diagonal cooperation. So there is finance, FIU to FIU cooperation, but there is also diagonal cooperation. A couple of points to conclude. First, Egmont doesn't work in silos of excellence, an expression that Rob likes very much, and I like it, silos of excellence. We don't work on silos of excellence. We work with FATF, the Financial Action Task Force, the policy maker in terms of money laundering and counterterrorism standards, a very powerful organization, and so far not that known by the public, surprisingly. But also Interpol, everybody knows about Interpol. They're celebrating their 100-year anniversary. And with them, we have been issuing reports on cyber-enabled fraud. There was a lot about cyber and fraud yesterday and today. And we have also worked on the abuse of virtual assets for terrorism financing purposes. To conclude, I think I'm sure it's Ella who flagged that the 170 financial intelligence units in the world, they receive every year 600 million reports from banks, insurance, reporting entities. They process that. There is an international cooperation component, and financial intelligence units exchanged and worked on more than 23,000 cases over the year. What is striking, though, and I'm talking to the parliamentarians that you are, is that in 2023, if you aggregate the number of FIU staff, of the 170 FIUs that are dedicated to analyzing information, you get 4,500 full-time equivalent, 4,500 people that are in those 170 financial intelligence units. This is less than the compliance department of one global bank. So I say it again. The total number of analysts in your financial intelligence units, this is 4,500 people, and the compliance department of one single global bank has more than 4,500 people. It underlines a critical problem, which is FIUs are chronically under-resourced. So I am asking you, parliamentarians, to, when you go back home, take a look at your financial intelligence unit. See if they have the IT resources to tackle what I was talking about, the Web3. Do they have the financial resources? Do they have the HR resources? Do they have the powers? And also, do they have the FIU's the autonomy to operate and handle cases? And my wish is that you take a look at that, especially in the upcoming budget proposal that will happen in your countries. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Robert, thank you very much, as always, every year, for having me here. It's an honor for me to be addressing all of you. My name is Mariano Federici. I'm a senior managing director at a consulting firm here in Washington called K2 Integrity, that is specialized in financial integrity issues and financial crime risk management. Prior to joining K2, 4 years ago almost, I was the head of the financial intelligence unit of the Republic of Argentina, my country. And I also had the honor to chair the Egmont group, so it's a pleasure to be here with my former colleagues and friends. Congratulations, Elizabeth, for your position. So I wish to speak today about the problematic of corruption, which is a topic I've spoken about for many years, and I must be getting old because I feel that I'm reiterating myself, but the problem persists and the solutions are still waiting. Corruption, I'm going to talk about corruption not only as a threat, but also as a vulnerability to the peace and security of nations, domestically and across the globe. I think the first thing we must all understand is that corruption is not only a threat to a country's stability, but also a major vulnerability. It's a threat in the sense that it generates illicit proceeds that put at risk the integrity of the system. But it's also vulnerability in the sense that it compromises the system's ability to counter this and other threats effectively. Moreover, when we talk about the stability that it compromises, we should know that it encompasses not only the financial and macroeconomic stability of countries, but also the stability of institutions and the rule of law, political and democratic stability, and the stability related with a country's internal security, as well as with its national security. As a threat, corruption is a profits-generating crime that contaminates the integrity of the financial systems and economies through which the corrupt proceeds flow. But it also alters the laws of the market by affecting fair competition, often creating significant distortions in prices, and sometimes even compromising the efficiency of macroeconomic policy choices, as corrupt officials prioritize public investment decisions with corrupt profit opportunities over those that are truly needed. And look, in my own country, in Argentina, when I was the head of the Financial Intelligence Unit, we had prosecutorial powers. So I'm going to speak about issues related with our prosecutorial role. Don't freak out. I'm not going to reveal any intelligence here. But we had a case that I'd like to share with you. In their desire to take control of YPF, the National Oil and Gas Company, and it's the largest corporation in the country, our former presidents, which were a married couple, Nestor and Cristina Kirchner, exercised the presidency, first Nestor, and then Cristina took over him for 2 mandates. And Cristina is currently still, until this Sunday, the vice president of Argentina. They adopted measures to freeze oil prices first and then restrict the repatriation of dividends, forcing the Spanish giant Repsol, whom you may know, the main shareholder of YPF, to sell its shares. Repsol's desperate need to leave Argentina was so huge that it took them as far as lending a business group associated with the Kirchners, the owners of the Bank of Santa Cruz, the province in Patagonia where the Kirchners were from, lend them money to buy their own shares. I'll say this again. The seller of the shares lent the buyer the money to buy their own shares. And this was a group that had no experience in the oil and gas market. It just had a connection with the presidential couple. Following the acquisitions, the Kirchners lifted the restrictions to repatriate dividends to allow their associates, now the shareholders of the company, the opportunity to repay Repsol their loan. This dried up investments by YPF domestically, and Argentina went on from being a net exporter of oil and gas. We have by the way, the second largest reserves of shale gas in the world and the third largest reserves of shale oil in the world in Patagonia. We went from being a net exporter of oil and gas to having to import these commodities from Venezuela, Iran, and other rogue nations. The rise in energy imports ultimately dried up central bank reserves, and the government of the Kirchners had to resort to tight exchange and capital controls, again, to avoid the currency and the economy from collapsing. Talk about the macroeconomic impact of corruption and how corruption can affect the daily lives of ordinary citizens, which is, I think, one of the debts we all have with this topic. being able to articulate the message in a clearer way to help the ordinary people understand how corruption can affect their lives. Corruption also contaminates the integrity of institutions and the rule of law. When corruption proliferates at systemic levels, institutions not only making investment decisions, but also those exercising control become compromised. Corruption may indeed extend well beyond the executive branch of government into those in charge of making laws, parliamentarians, and those tasked with interpreting and applying the laws. When this happens, the entire legal backbone of countries could destabilize, putting at risk the system of checks and balances, the separation of power, and even the entire idea of a republic. I want to share another experience I had as head of the Financial Intelligence Unit of Argentina, which connected us with the United States, and it was over a corruption investigation, this time involving the former private secretary of the Kirchners, a man whose name was Daniel Muñoz. He died of cancer about 7 years ago. But before dying, he was able to siphon out of the Argentine state $70 million and to bring him over here to the United States to launder the money. He bought $70 million worth of properties in South Florida, where I currently live, in Miami, and 2 apartments in New York at the Plaza overlooking the Central Park on Central Park South. I had the chance to inspect the apartments, and they were amazing apartments, Robert. The guy had amazing taste, but could not explain how he could afford those apartments, unfortunately for him. The US authorities cooperated diligently and effectively with us and were able to send us information about all the companies that were used to purchase those apartments, the accounts belonging to those companies, the money flows, the money trail that the money traveled from Argentina to the US to fund those purchases. And when we received all the information was shared with the judicial authorities, and the judge was not requesting the mutual legal assistance to have the assets frozen here. So we were very surprised. The suspects started selling the properties in the United States. We were very surprised that the case was not moving forward. All of a sudden, Muñoz's wife gets arrested in another investigation that was ongoing, and she pleads bargain and confesses in court under oath that her husband, Daniel Muñoz, former private secretary of Cristina Kirchner, had paid the judge that was investigating him $10 million to look the other way. So this is what happens when corruption erodes and corrodes institutions. We have seen many instances of how corruption compromises the political and democratic process as well. Political clientelism, vote buying, but also the interference of organized crime or foreign adversaries in political campaign financing can seriously affect the integrity of an election, a vote in Congress, an appointment of an official to office, or an entire public policy. Holding corrupt leaders accountable and implementing effective, proportionate, and dissuasive sanctions is key to counter this threat. That is why entering deals with corrupt officials, with corrupt governments, trading political support in exchange of impunity is also a form of corruption that puts at risk the integrity of the democratic process. I want to say a word about the risk to national security, because corruption also represents a threat to public order and domestic security, as well as a threat to national security and global peace and security. Corruption is usually a catalyst of all other crimes. I think, John, you were saying this. Where there is corruption, criminals feel at ease operating because corruption offers the possibility to manage and mitigate the risk of being detected and of being sanctioned. You know, criminals also do their own risk assessment, and where there is corruption, it's usually seen as a lower risk environment to operate in. this increases the likelihood also of being favored by impunity. So this can attract not only threats seeking to make profits illicitly in the jurisdiction, but also those seeking to terrorize people or threaten the peace and security of nations across the globe. Almost every major transnational threat, such as drug trafficking, human trafficking, arms trafficking, terrorism, and the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, is inextricably linked to corruption. Corruption, as we have seen, also provides authoritarian leaders a means to undermine democracies worldwide, weaken political actors that threaten their interest, advance foreign policy goals, and undermine the people's trust in the government and institutions of the target country they're seeking to exploit. This is the Chinese approach, the use of corruption to advance foreign policy goals, and we're seeing it all across Latin America. Everyone is seeing it all across Latin America, and Washington needs to start seeing it as well. Corruption within the US and abroad threatens the United States' national security, but by effectively preventing and countering corruption and demonstrating the advantages of transparent and accountable governance, the US can secure the critical advantage for itself and other democracies of the free world. I want to end by making reference to an action that Senator Ted Cruz made earlier this year, where he introduced the Corruption in Argentina Stymied by Enforcing Sanctions Act of 2023, the Cases Act. The bill requires the president to investigate 5 Argentinian officials for corruption, including Argentina's current Vice President, Cristina Fernández de Kirchner. If the president finds that they meet the criteria for corruption sanctions, the bill mandates the imposition of those sanctions. And Representative Maria Elvira Salazar, Republican from Florida, led the legislation in the House. Senator Cruz said, Cristina Fernández de Kirchner is a deeply corrupt politician who has undermined Argentina's rule of law and its political institutions. The evidence against her is public, credible, and backed up by Argentina's courts. Beyond Argentina, she and her associates have undermined American security interests in the region by placing Argentina's institutions at the service of Iran's global terrorism campaign. They continue to do so. The United States Congress has passed into law authorities for the president to sanction individuals like Fernández de Kirchner and her associates. The Cases Act mandates that President Biden uses them for what they were meant for, protecting American interests abroad from corrupt politicians seeking to undermine them. I want to endorse these words because I signed 7 of the 14 criminal accusations against Cristina Fernández de Kirchner during my term in office. I want to say also that, to conclude, on the issue of holding corrupt leaders accountable, it's important to emphasize the importance of implementing the legal tools in an objective, non-ideological way. Several right-wing leaning leaders have been subject to State Department and OFAC sanctions for the corrupt behavior in recent years, and that's good if they're corrupt. But there are also kleptocrats from the left that are awaiting sanctions. Final words, fighting corruption is an imperative for the United States. As a beacon of liberty and the rule of law, it is America's duty and the purest expression of its values. It is also a highly practical form of soft power that advances US national security. Making the right decisions in this fight will help advance good governance abroad and contribute to create a more stable world. Thank you very much.
Thank each of you. It's been a remarkable panel. Do you have maybe one question? Yes, sir. One question from Malta. It's on. Just speak loud.
One thing which I want to stress is about a few years ago, I think you were present when we had the Parliamentary forum in Germany, at the Bundestag. And one of my questions was with regards to FIU, with regards to German Bundestag FIU, whether they have the necessary complement to investigate the alleged money laundering cases. And the answer was they had about a backlog of about 25,000 that they could not investigate. They don't have enough manpower. Now, my question is, and you rightly stated so that if you have a strong FIU, you need the people to address all the cases. If the countries that have to lead by example, I just said Germany is a very strong European Union country, United States and other countries, if they are short of the necessary personnel to address the illicit finance, are we just losing the battle? That's my question. Thank you very much.
Are we losing the battle? The answer is yes. If you look at the amount of money that is laundered every year, we are able to recover through seizures, not even counting forfeitures, less than 1%. Less than 1%. And if you're a criminal and you are engaging in money laundering, to be caught, convicted, you either have to be very, very stupid or very, very unlucky, considering the amount of money laundering going on in the world.
Okay, well, thank you very much. A wonderful panel. Very insightful. Thank you. If our next panel on democracy, human rights, trafficking, and religious freedom would come forward, Dr. Bob Fu, the chairman of China Aid, Mr. Philippe Alexandre, founding attorney, Alexandre Law Firm, the Honorable Alexandru Nazare, member of the Parliament in Romania, and Honorable Mary Vigil, Subcommittee Staff Director, the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Global Health, Global Human Rights, and International Organizations, Chairman Mike McCall, for Chairman Mike McCall. And then we'll have a brief video about Dr. Samantha, a member of Parliament in India, who has a remarkable outreach there in a school.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Congressman, for your brief stand for freedom over the years. Good afternoon. I hope you take your nap very well after lunch. I think in this room, we all agree. I think if I quote with the previous panelist, John Cassara, right? Just give me a great book, that the CCP Inc. is the most dangerous and posing the gravest threat to not only the 1.3 billion Chinese people, but really to the whole world. Amen for that? It seems we have a consensus on that. I think in this room, I noticed maybe my wife and I are the only made in China products. I hope are good ones. We're not made by the CCP Inc., but I think we need to make a distinction between the CCP, the cancers of this time to the whole world, with the Chinese people. Both of us were born in China, and I was one of the students leaders in Tiananmen Square 37 years ago. Little did we know that the Communist Party, so-called the People's Liberation Army, would be sent by the so-called People's Government with the military tanks and machine guns and killing thousands of our commerce, freedom, peaceful students. And then both of us became underground church members and leaders. And then 27 years ago, both of us were thrown into prison in Beijing for simply hosting Bible study groups in our apartment. That's called illegal religious activities. We were put into jail. Thank God for his miracle intervention. We were able to escape from China, and then out of China, in the end, in 1997, we were accepted as refugees to the land of the free in the United States of America. We're so grateful for the support, for the kind of strength that we received from this great nation and freedom-loving nations around the world in supporting our mission. So our mission at China Aid, which is an international Christian human rights NGO, is to walk with those who are persecuted by exposing the abuses of the persecution of the Chinese Communist regime, by encouraging those abuses, by equipping their leaders. Just to give you an illustration how the CCP is not only posing the threat to the Chinese people, but globally. I mean, even back to 3 years ago, at the very beginning of the COVID, my wife and I, just simply because of our advocacy, speaking up, helping the underground, the Freedom Human Rights Network in China, our house in West Texas, were being surrounded by a group of Chinese CCP agents or hired thugs for 3 months. This from 1, 2, 3 to as many as 100 masked from they are bussed from San Francisco, New York, Houston, all the way flying to West Texas. Every day from 9 o'clock to 4 o'clock, nonstop for 3 months, threatening to kill me in front of our own house. To the point, the FBI agents and law enforcement had to evacuate us. In the US soil, in West Texas, the hometown of cowboy in Texas, they're doing that for 3 months. So even during the COVID, the CCP has not stopped quarantining their persecution. We have seen the persecution in China has reached to the worst level that we have not seen since the Cultural Revolution of 1966. Of course, more than 5,000 churches were being demolished, burnt, and destroyed. I've seen the CCP even have a so-called synthesization plan to basically totally control the church by synthesize the so-called the sermons. Every pastor has to make sure their sermon to be made compatible with the socialism and communism ideology. Before every kind of religious service from both churches, the temples, mosques, or any other religious institutions, you have to raise the Communist Party's own flag and sing the Communist Party's national anthem as the start of your worship service. That's called synthesization of religion. From the just past 3 years, according to our own research, almost all of the Chinese church leaders, especially those independent house church leaders, hundreds of thousands of them were summoned for interrogation, and many of them were arrested. I will talk about that later on. So since this dictator, Xi Jinping, took power, he launched 3 major religious wars. The war against the cross is the first war. The second war is the war against God's church. The third war is war against God's children. When did we see this last time? It was 1933 in Nazi Germany. In a Lutheran church, the symbol of Nazis were mandated to be put on the pulpit. And again, now, in the year 2018, Xi Jinping forced the church to put his own portrait and Chairman Mao's portrait in every government-sanctioned church. The purpose is very clear. He wants to tell every sector of Chinese society, including religious sector, every believers, every people of conscience, that he is the emperor, he is the king. He wants to control everything. I think as both Matt Pittenger and Dr. Jonathan Ward mentioned, that's the control, the degree of control Xi Jinping has been doing. And the second war is the war against the children. Or did I say the war against the cross? So I just mentioned, every government-sanctioned churches are ordered to voluntarily take down the cross from the rooftop of the church building. Suddenly, the Communist Party declared the cross is a national security threat. The cross, a wooden metal cross, is regarded as the enemy of the state. Hundreds of thousands of crosses were being demolished, destroyed. If you don't, the church leaders, some were even arrested and sentenced to 14 years imprisonment for simply refusing to take down the cross from its rooftop of the church building. The war against the children. For the first time since the Cultural Revolution, we have seen the CCP launch the all-out war against the children in China, against the children's access to the religious literatures. Nobody under 18 years old, these are the signs, said nobody under 18 years old is allowed to even enter into the church building on Sunday. Otherwise, the parents, even the grandparents, will face punishment, including losing their jobs or losing their welfare. So the AP made a special report. I helped them, went to China, and they documented this, the war against the children. And millions of Chinese Christian children were forced to sign a Communist Party prepared form to publicly renounce their faith. That's also a first that we have not seen in 40 years. Pastor Zhang Tao, a Chinese American from North Carolina, sentenced to 7 years imprisonment for doing good by setting up 16 schools for 2,000 children at the China and Burma border. Pastor Wang Yi from Chengdu city was sentenced to 9 years imprisonment for simply preaching a sermon based on John 3:16, ask Xi Jinping to repent and offering the salvation of Jesus Christ. That's called subversion of state power. 9 years imprisonment. And his wife and hundreds of his congregants had been imprisoned and tortured and continues to be so. Not only the CCP launched the war against the Christian faith, and we all knew, some already mentioned, this the Pentagon estimate between 1 to 3 million, mostly ethnic Uyghurs, had been put in modern-day concentration camp. I talked in the London forum when some of those from Muslim countries, some MPs, I challenged them. I said, well, if you don't speak for your brothers and sisters, many children in the children's camp in West China, who will speak? And unfortunately, many chose silent in exchange for the CCP's favor maybe for One Belt, One Road project to be enslaved. That's a shame to those countries. You know, you claim you believe in the same faith of Islam, but your brothers and sisters are in the modern day concentration camp. What can we do? I think we should pray for the men of faith. The second, we should take prayerful actions. For those of you who are MPs, first, you can hold congressional hearings in your parliament. I testified in both houses of the chamber. And Mary was the staff director for our hero of in the legislature in U.S. Congress, Congressman Chris Smith. So I testify in the Senate. So I'm offering myself and my staff to travel free of charge to your capital city. I testified in Belgium, in Netherlands, in Taiwan, and other parliaments to raise awareness, at least to let your people know the nature of the CCP. They're not only, again, enslave its own people. They're setting up overseas police stations from New York, San Francisco to Amsterdam, France, and many other cities globally. So let's raise awareness. Let's remove this cancer from this earth. I think, how many of you agree that if the CCP ink is removed from this global body, the world will be a way much better place today. Believe? Amen. Okay. Thank you very much for your patience, and I'm looking forward for my fellow distinguished panelists. Thank you.
Well, that's a tough act to follow. Admire Bob. Bob makes me feel like Kobe Bryant. Rest in peace, Kobe, and let me explain how. So Kobe grew up watching Michael Jordan, and that was his idol. That's who you idolized in the 80s and 90s if you wanted to play basketball, right? Well, I got into Chinese human rights during law school and then set up my practice, and if you do what I do, eventually you're gonna read all kinds of reports. You're gonna see, oh, this cool organization, China Aid, has a lot to do with these reports, and inevitably you find out who Bob is. He becomes your hero. And to be able to work with him to some extent and to do a panel, I feel like Kobe when he was around Michael Jordan, who took him under his wing. So thank you, Bob, for all these opportunities to serve. How do Bob and I work together, and how am I privileged to be here? Bob pulls off miracles. And a lot of this panel has been focusing, as it should, on how dangerous the CCP is and the effect that it has on the world and how and why we should contain them. And Bob, obviously he's very aware of that and he pushes the message as well, but he helps those who are victimized by that regime. He pulls off miracles through his organization, through China Aid, through his vast connections, and he manages to get them here, usually on what's called humanitarian parole. That is a temporary status, and these people don't want to return. Once they come here through Bob and China Aid's assistance, they want to remain here, and usually that's done through something called asylum. Asylum is international protection, which has been codified under American law as well, and that is a form of protection that allows you to stay here, and the cool thing about it is you can stay here with your spouse, with your children under the age of 21, or if you applied while the children were under 21 and it took years to get settled, they can also stay here with you. If your spouse or children were left behind in China or whatever country you came from, they're able to petition for them as well. And so Bob brings them and we help them stay here. So how does somebody get asylum? Well, they have to prove that they were persecuted or they will be persecuted on account of or because of 5 protected grounds. So it has to be one of these 5. And so first is political opinion. And talking about China, one, obviously political opinion, you're a dissident, you go on Twitter, you go on Tiananmen, anything like that, you are a political dissident, you'll get punished for that opinion. A interesting prong that was created in 1996 by our Congress was victims of the one child or the family planning policy. If anybody had been forced to have an abortion or sterilization or suffered any kind of abuse, they put that into the political opinion prong as well, because judges were confused. Oh, what prong is this? We feel really bad for these women who suffered these atrocities, but is it a political opinion? Now it is. So that also includes people that were persecuted, and it's still open. A lot of question we get is, oh, it's a 3-child policy now. It's been loosened, but not eradicated. And so there are still reports, the latest Department of State report, that there has been forced abortions to force women in compliance if they were pregnant with a 4th or 5th child. So that still goes on, and because of that, past victims can still get asylum here. So political opinion is ground number one. Ground number two is religion, okay? You're persecuted because of your religion. So Bob did a great job of explaining what's happening in China with Christians. And in terms of China cases, the religion we most represent definitely would be Christians. We've also represented Falun Gong practitioners, Muslims, etc. But Christians are going through a really hard time in China right now, to say the least. Who wants to worship in a place like that? And so they can't stand it. They'll go to an underground or family church in somebody's apartment, and inevitably they'll get busted and they'll get jailed and many tortured. And they have all kinds of crimes that they can slap you with, and they love subversion of state power, like Bob mentioned with Wang Yi. That's just anything that makes the Chinese government lose face and feel intimidated, pretty much. So religion is definitely a big one. We'll talk more about it. Number three is race. Because of your race, you were persecuted. The Uyghurs can allege that as well. The Uyghurs actually are a group that they can allege all 5 grounds, as you can see. Number 4 is nationality. So this is an interesting one. Nationality, sometimes there are nations within a nation, and people like the Uyghurs or like the Tibetans or like the Kurds in the Middle East, they feel a certain national identity, and many of them would like to be independent from the bigger country. So you're being persecuted because of that opinion, because of that identity. And the last one, you're a member of a particular social group. And so for lawyers, if we see you don't fit in the first 4, we try to squeeze you in the 5th one, which is particular social group. That is, if you have any kind of immutable characteristic or something that's socially distinct about you that you cannot change or you should not be required to change. And so obviously religion could fit in there, but we don't need it because we have a separate prong for that. We use this for people that come from a certain tribe or even people who have an experience that they cannot change. For example, there's a case law that says, and we've used it, former police officers. A big one is actually victims of domestic violence. We're able to fit them in that fifth prong. So that's actually really nice. And so it's a really tough time right now for people in China who are worshiping and being Christians. And through Bob's help, and Bob, this might be the first time in history you'll confirm with me, but through Bob's help, a whole church got humanitarian parole. Bob brought over the Mayflower Church, okay? This was a group of 64 practitioners who voted when they saw that things were getting really tight with the religious regulations passing in 2017, 2018. They said, forget it. The majority of them left. First, they went to Korea, and they tried asylum there, but Korea has a passage rate of asylum of 1% or even less. It's insane. So many legitimate cases will not get asylum in Korea, and all 64 of them were denied in Korea. And I said, okay, let's take our chances to Thailand and with the United Nations. So they went to Thailand, and in Thailand, they were actually intimidated. Unfortunately, the CCP has certain pool in Thailand, and they convinced authorities to arrest them for being there without status, even though they had pending asylum applications. They were being taken to a detention center, but they resisted, and Bob and his miracle and his connections got them humanitarian parole, and they were able to land in our shores. And I'm the lucky guy and lucky firm who's getting to represent the Mayflower Church. What a privilege. And so how does somebody like that get asylum, right? Because were they persecuted, right? And between you and me, as lay people, I take off the lawyer hat, yeah, of course they were persecuted. They were harassed. Cops went in the church and detained the pastor, detained some of the leaders. Of course, that constitutes persecution to my heart and to my soul. But immigration officers and judges, they see it a little bit differently, part of because case law kind of forces them. Some of them take it a little bit too far. Persecution under asylum law is a very high standard. It has to be more than harassment. It has to be something pretty terrible. So having the police barge your church, that in and of itself would not constitute persecution. Of course, if it happens all the time, then we can argue under asylum law that in the aggregate, joining those experiences together, this experience isolated would not constitute persecution, but if all together in the aggregate, it could constitute persecution. But not all the judges buy it. They want to see something more concrete. So, for example, if you haven't been jailed and really tortured, how would you win asylum? Through something called establishing a well-founded fear of persecution. And so that's what it means. It means that I have a fear of going back, and there's a chance that if I go back, I'm going to get tortured because of one of the 5 grounds. It can't be a business dispute, but you try to argue a mixed motive. It's a business dispute, but he doesn't like that I'm a Christian. Okay, we're back in the game, right? So we make these arguments. So well-founded fear, our Supreme Court has said that it has to be a 10% probability of persecution. Not too bad, 10%, right? But in reality, we treat it like 90% because not all immigration officers see it the same way, not all immigration judges see it the same way. The burden really is on us, and to really prove it, 90%, prepare. I always tell my clients, let's prepare as if we're facing the toughest judge or the toughest prosecutor. Yes, there is immigration court, and there is a prosecutor, a lot of times challenging, a lot of times saying, we want this client out. It can be very challenging, but it's a good fight, and that's what we live for. Bob, you're going to remember this case. Talking about the burden and talking about how some prosecutors will challenge everything. So we had a case, and Bob was gracious enough to join as an expert witness. Usually they don't even call the witness, especially after they see the testimony and the reports and the witness's affidavit, and they realize who the witness is. It's enough for a grant. But this prosecutor in a very powerful state in southern United States was really going after it, challenging everything to the point where it was so ridiculous. And then finally, and the judge is kind of smirking at me. He's like, okay, just let her do her job. And then she was challenging whether or not Bob Fu, a human rights powerhouse, was an expert in immigration, in human rights law. And I said, okay, I could call Bob to the stand. Let's have some fun. And after 5 minutes, the judge was like, this is ridiculous. Let's move on. This man's clearly an expert, right? So it can be an uphill battle. I always tell my clients the 90-10 rule. 10% is what the Supreme Court says, but 90% is what we really need to be going for here. So we fight that fight, and we prove how things are happening in China and why these people would be similarly situated. So, for example, like the Mayflower Church, not only are they here, but there's media articles about them, and the Chinese government has clearly lost face, and they oppose the Chinese government. So clearly, the Chinese government would apply the principle, in Chinese it's called 瞎鸡给猴看. I mess around with some Mandarin as well. It's something I do on my side. I'm able to speak to my clients in Mandarin. I love it. And 瞎鸡给猴看 means kill the chicken and make the monkey watch, right? So who's the chicken? It's the big troublemaker. And you make the monkey, you make the Chinese citizens watch and say, if you dare do this, here's what's going to happen to you. Right? Like that. Yeah, so 瞎鸡给猴看 is what the Mayflower Church and other practitioners who were not necessarily persecuted according to asylum law, they were scared to death, but it doesn't qualify, but because of what they've done and the attention that they've drawn and their commitment to Christianity and how the Chinese government perceives them to be that threat when they come back, 瞎鸡给猴看, that's what's going to happen to them. And, Bob painted an excellent picture of what Xi Jinping continues to do, and not only with religion, but any kind of political dissident. I mean, you have people that post tweets, and all of a sudden, in a few minutes, they get a knock, and they know that this person has posted, and they will call you for an interrogation, and, depending on the officer you get, you will get tortured as well. It's actually very scary. And the way they call you in, they say, 我们要请你喝茶. we're going to invite you to drink tea, but it's not bubble tea, my friends. It's in an office. There might not even be tea, and it's going to be a very intimidating experience. And something that makes me very sad about China is that there's no judicial independence there, right? I mean, we know that through corruption, that already destroys any kind of true judicial independence that there's going to be. But also, they're going about it a very clever way and disastrous. They're arresting lawyers. And so there's a famous crackdown. It's called Qilinjiu 709, because on July 9th, 2015, they arrested 300 human rights lawyers. And so it's very hard to get justice when you have a case, you're a Falun Gong practitioner, a Christian, you want to sue the government, or you want to do something to get justice, and your lawyer won't take your case, not because he doesn't believe you, but because he doesn't want to lose his license and go to jail and get tortured. And that is exactly, even though it happened in 2015, it's a significant one because the trend has continued, and we have lawyers that are still detained to this day. Among them, somebody that we continue praying for, Mr. Gao Zhiseng. Gao Zhiseng was one of the best human rights lawyers in China, protected Christians, Falun Gong practitioners. They didn't like him very much. They sentenced him once to 3 years, but that wasn't enough. And Gao continued doing his thing when he came out, and so they detained him again and again. And the last time, he disappeared in 2018, although there are reports that he's in, I believe, Shaanxi province somewhere, just holed up. And his family hasn't seen him since 2018. One of his relatives wanted to do an internship at my law firm, and I says, it's going to be a little traumatic for you. No, let me try it. And she's like, no, this is traumatic. It reminds me too much of what's happening to my relatives. So really a very sad situation. And like Bob says, really what we're seeing with this kind of behavior, just destroying all segments of Chinese society and any hopes for them getting protection, it's really going down the tubes. It's not like the time of maybe Hu Jintao where there was hope of moderation. That hope is gone, and they're going to continue doing what they can to push that agenda. And I've had the opportunity to obviously represent other countries as well in asylum. And we see that a lot of these countries that send asylum seekers is the country that has decided to limit people's free speech and to start punishing people for rebelling against democracy, whatever that means. And so when you start defining whatever opposition to democracy is, you start getting in a lot of trouble. And unfortunately, I also have cases from Brazil. I say unfortunately because I was born there. I was naturalized. I was brought here 35 years ago by this man recording me here, Edgar Alexander. Let me get a little round of applause for my pops. Thank you for bringing me here. Very grateful. And so what's happening in Brazil is that the Supreme Court there, they essentially are judge, jury, and executioner, and they're going after people who are against democracy, in other words, against them, right? And I'm going to put her on the spot. I'm going to give a shout out to my friend Ludmila Lins. There she is right there. If you haven't spoken to her, go learn about her story. She has a great Instagram account which the Brazilian government is actively trying to shut down. She is a former judge. Why former judge? Because she was removed from the bench after speech that the party there and the Supreme Court didn't like very much, and so she lost her profession. She lost her ability to make a living. She didn't want to immigrate. She had a good life there, but people like her are being forced out, and this kind of thing is going on in Brazil. So I hope Google what's happening in Brazil. Go talk to Ludmila. Brazil definitely needs some help too, and. I'm happy to have this kind of audience. I'm happy that we're in this fight together, and I'm confident that you're going to continue doing what you can in your countries so that human rights are respected. And I hope to not represent any of your citizens in an asylum proceeding. Of course, if they want to do an investor visa and create jobs in America, we're not going to say no. Give us a call. Thank you. All right, take care.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable parliamentarians, it's truly an honor to be here and be able to speak in front of you about very important issues in our panel. And I'd like to thank Mr. Pittenger and this organization for being so open with Romanian and with so many Romanian parliamentarians member of the House or of the Senate who are together with us present here and talk about important issues related to global issues. Well, I'd start by saying that I find so many similarities between the stories our distinguished panelists talked earlier on in what communism and terror and autocratic regimes may impose and what, how we remember this. Because we Romanians, we really have memories with this. I see my friends here, members of the parliament, we are in the 40s, 50s, but we still spend some time, 5, 7, 10 years in communism. So my first 9 years were in communism. And I remember a story from which I was 6 or 7 years old. My parents were teachers in a small city near Bucharest. And the expression of freedom in our house were when my parents were going in the kitchen upstairs and they were listening to a broadcasting from Radio Free Europe, and they were listening to the real news. And I didn't understand what they were doing there because they didn't stay with me. They went upstairs, they closed the door, and at some point they tried to explain me how dangerous it would have been if I would talk with my fellow people in the kindergarten or in the first or second class of the school about the fact that they were listening to the radio. And I remember how hard it was for me to understand what it is about and to understand now, when I look back, to see that the expression of freedom and the connection to freedom for them in that communist times were just to listen to real news. And I remember the terror and their expression in the faces when they were telling me that this is extremely important, and if I would say something, it would have consequences. Because in Romania, what you explained earlier happened in Romania. People stayed in jail for years and years, or our elite and was persecuted by communists, and we had 50 years of communism. And now we go on the bright side because Romania is a democracy. We have already 30 years of democracy. We are now a member of EU. We are a member of NATO. We transformed ourselves from ashes. And now we are one of the key countries on southern flank, and we have the democracy, and basically we know very well how to protect it because we have some lifetime experience knowing what communism really is. Well, saying this, I would talk a little bit about Europe. I would bring Europe into picture in this panel because you spoke about China. I would speak about what's going on in Europe, and I would talk about the case Schengen Agreement. Schengen Agreement, maybe for some of you, is not very well known. Schengen Agreement is the basis for which we have free movement of people, free movement of capital, free movement of goods in Europe. It's called Schengen because it's an agreement that was forged in 1985 by 5 countries in a small city in Luxembourg. And that was the basis of, let's say, beginning of all the good things that happen in Europe. Because after signing this agreement, we had great economic development of tourism, this visa policy, everything grew. It was a very positive story of success. What does Schengen mean? Schengen comes from a castle in Luxembourg. Some Germans say it comes from the German word Schein, and some others say it comes from reed water, so swamp. Where did Schengen go? Now Schengen is in trouble. Is in trouble because it needs reform, because it needs to reform itself, because several member states already use their borders instead of lifting the borders, and that's a problem within the EU. So they don't basically respect the treaty that the borders are free. And there are 3 countries that are not yet members of Schengen, although they respect all the criteria to be member of Schengen for the last 12 years. Those 3 countries are Romania, Bulgaria, and Cyprus. I will speak today especially about Romania and Bulgaria because they are tied up together. And for Romania and Bulgaria that entered EU together in 2007 is extremely important and is an essential objective to join Schengen. And it was and it is an essential objective to join Schengen now. Paradoxically, these three countries that are not members in Schengen are the exact three countries which do not have visa waiver, EU member states. So this is even more important because the not being member of visa waiver overlaps with not being members of Schengen. Well, this is a question of basically of reforming EU institutions, of thinking of change in Europe. Because when you have a treaty that doesn't function, when you have something that doesn't function, you should really change. And member states should really act accordingly. And Romania and Bulgaria, which are ready, and they prove they are effectively ready since 2011. And in 2022, we also have a second technical European Commission visit that proved again that we are ready. We should not be left out. We are, and this is important for regular Romanians, regular Bulgarians, and they witness it every day. We have 4 or 5 days. Our truckers have to stay 4 or 5 days in a queue at the border. They are not in the same position with any other industry in Europe. And of course, there are, the impact is on economy, is on tourism as well. I made a calculation of what were the losses for the Romanian transport industry for not being part of Schengen in the last 11 years. And it's 16.6 billion of losses for Romania. 16.6 billion, it's more than what we get as grants in the RRF program from the EU. So it's huge. If you count this Bulgaria on, you get really high numbers and you see how our economies were disadvantaged for not being part of Schengen. We have here Bulgarians MPs here with us. We also have the minister, the Bulgarian minister that was in Bulgaria in 2011 when they successfully completed their evaluation as well for Schengen. Why do I make this case for Schengen? I make this case because in the last council, when it was the first time when Romania tabled a vote for Schengen in 12 years, Romania was refused. I'm not mentioning now who, everybody knows who did not accept Romania, who did not accept Bulgaria. And I'm not mentioning because it's not important. Several EU countries at the time opposed this for internal reasons, for political reasons. But now, when we judge the threats, when we judge the fact that Romania and Bulgaria are on the flank, that we have a war very close to our border, that the world is changing, we have to think that the EU has to change as well accordingly, and we have to do something. If we talk about the extension of the European Union, about the enlargement, if we talk about the fact that global circumstances press for an enlargement, we need the enlargement at Schengen at the same time, and we need the reform of it, and also the extension of it with these 3 countries which are left out. Accession into Schengen for Romania and Bulgaria is not, I'm arguing, it's not a secondary, it's not a minor issue, it's not technical, and it's not regional. We have to take into account all the hybrid threats in the southern flank and Black Sea region. So if we take all this into account, if we take into account that Romania has a super election year next year, 4 rounds of election, in which present government, which is a government formed, a coalition formed from socialists and liberals, conservatives, we have to keep this flag because we are Europeans, we are a key NATO ally, we are a predictable and loyal ally both for US and EU, and we have to solve this matter somehow, and I want to raise awareness on this matter I want to raise awareness on this present US administration to look better into it, to see its importance, its magnitude for Romania and Bulgaria, given the circumstances. To see the fact that the Parliament recommended our accession, that the European Commission recommended our accession, and I hope to see the positive light. And the positive light, time is of the essence because it has to happen in the next 6 months. And I have positive insights from the last Council of the European Union, and I hope this decision will be made for Europe, for Romania, for Bulgaria, for the region, for Europe, and also for the transatlantic relation, because it's also important in terms of security and stability, to preserve the fact that Romania and Bulgaria are a pillar of stability in region, and we preserve it by showing also to regular Romanians and Bulgarians that they can have the benefit of being members of the European Union and benefit being members of Schengen. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Mary Vigil, and oh, great. Could we reduce the lights just a little bit? Thank you. Well, it's a pleasure and honor to be here today with all of you, and really a huge thank you to Congressman Pittenger for the invitation. I've been working on this topic of human trafficking since 1995, which I'm dating myself, which a woman never wants to do, but it's the truth. A lot one-on-one with victims, but then also through advocacy organizations, healthcare, housing, healing, recovery, and empowerment, and building these programs alongside survivors. And then I started working on the government side, both in the executive and legislative branch. I had the honor of being asked by Congressman Chris Smith, who's the author of the US Trafficking Victims Protection Act, to help draft his reauthorization 2 years ago. And that's how I ended up working in Congress. And so now I'm in the House Foreign Affairs Committee, still working with Congressman Smith and for Michael McCall. So it's perfect that human trafficking is falling under the topic of democracy, human rights, and religious freedom, because all of those topics intersect with human trafficking, as well as the previous topics that were discussed earlier, including on supply chain, illicit financing, all of those topics. So some of the items that I really want to press upon for the presentation is really those items of who, what, where, why, and then also end with what do we see as the future, at least for the US, and how we want to tackle human trafficking. And if there's anything I want to leave you with, though, at the end, and I'll reiterate this at the end, is that the key point I hope everyone leaves with is that human trafficking, which I know all of you have heard about at some point and probably even work with on a regular basis, the key issue with human trafficking is opportunity. Where there is opportunity, that's where it will occur. So remaining vigilant is really key and important for that. And then I'll emphasize some other very key linked pieces to that, to how to address that. So what is human trafficking? So we define it in the US through the Trafficking Victims Protection Act, which we've had since year 2000. And then also around that same time, we also have the Palermo Protocol by the UN. Both of them are very similar, but there are some key areas in which they are different, just a couple of areas. But the US is also moving towards the direction to include some areas of the Palermo Protocol that it hadn't previously addressed, such as organ trafficking. So we are actually, in the reauthorization that we have right now in the House, we are including removal of organs, as it's stated for the UN. We're including that as something that's reportable now in our annual Trafficking in Persons report. It's not defined yet as part of severe forms of human trafficking, but it is now going to be, hopefully, if it passes into law. We are hoping that it will be part of the reporting piece. Then, of course, the two areas they have in common, which I think are really important, is that children are defined as being under the age of 18. And this is particularly critical because when we look at the law in the US and how we apply it with all the other countries that we engage with around the world, because we rank all the countries through our annual Trafficking in Persons report. When we talk about child trafficking, particularly child sex trafficking, it's for anyone under the age of 18 would fall under that. And so that would mean even if other countries' laws might have age of consent, as they call it, age of sexual consent, being younger than that, if they are under the age of 18 and are engaging in a commercial sex act, we do in the US define that as child sex trafficking, and then would grade the countries accordingly in the annual TIP report, whereby there are these tier rankings that we rank each country from tier 1 to tier 2 watch list, and then tier 3, which then tier 3 is then considered sanctionable, or is under consideration for sanctions. So the other areas, there's a bit of a questionable piece about also early child marriage, which I'm not going to go into too much detail because that does deserve its own conversation. So where does it occur? So all of you know this can occur anywhere. It occurs in every social class. It occurs in every race and ethnicity, religion, et cetera. It occurs in most, if not all, countries as well. And what's important to note, though, is that those two areas that are growing and that really around the world, but even more so in the United States, we've had challenges in being able to address the online exploitation, particularly of children and of women, as we've seen that explosion occur, particularly during the beginning parts and throughout with Ukraine, but also during COVID, for example. But that's something that's a huge challenge to address the online piece, in which we have seen our EU partners lead a lot of those efforts. The other piece that's also growing is has always been present, is when there are unstable democracies, as you all know, then it's harder to implement the rule of law, it's harder to prosecute, it's harder to provide safety in these kinds of circumstances. And so that said, that's also where we see a lot of issues. I mean, earlier, Bob was talking about the Uyghur forced labor camps, and we see this in other parts of the world as well. We see this with extremist groups, we see it with other authoritarian regimes, where they do use human trafficking as a way to fuel their efforts everywhere else. So, and we see this Africa, Latin America, a lot of other places. So who's involved? Well, anyone can be involved. Very sadly, we are seeing more and more parents being involved in the US, and this is something that hasn't really been, it's been harder to talk about, but it is something that's coming more to the surface, at least in the US, to talk about familial trafficking, as they call it. But also, this could be strangers as well, but it could be people know, like teachers, it could be church leaders, it could be trusted relatives and friends. It could also even be peers. I work with survivors who tell me that they were trafficked because their teenage peers during high school are the ones that recruited them. So it can occur anywhere. Again, that goes back to that word I used earlier, that if there's anything I can leave you with, there's that piece about opportunity. Where there is opportunity, it can happen. So that goes back to that point, why does it happen? Because there's an opportunity. So how can we fight this? So, when we talk about opportunity, how do you counter that? How do you reduce the opportunity? The real big 3 ways to do this is going to be having a national action plan, having laws, and then implementing and enforcing, both implementing the national action plan and then enforcing those laws. Now, I listed some of the 4 key pieces that we emphasize in our US law, which is the prosecution, prevention, and protection. And then we had added a 4th in conversation, which is partnerships, because you can't do it alone. And so a lot of what we emphasize is a whole of government approach, but also partnering with other allies outside that. So that also means, for example, in our reauthorization bill, we have this prevention education grant, which focuses on children from kindergarten, so ages like 5, all the way to age 18, where we provide prevention education in the school systems, but also ask them to partner with law enforcement. It's like internet crimes against children, but also other law enforcement agents, and also ask them to partner with local NGOs that specialize in this area, and also partner with other people in the community, which also can include parents, for parents to learn about this, as well as other interested parties. So the other piece that I want to make sure I also don't forget is the piece on, as I mentioned, the National Action Plan. I also mentioned the need for laws, but also having a survivor advisory council. And so in the US, we have a US Advisory Council, which actually makes policy recommendations. And they come up with this policy recommendation every year that they all brainstorm on and they research on, and they work really hard to put this together. And actually, the draft of our reauthorization bill that we have for trafficking, a lot of that was actually based upon their recommendations. And also continuing conversations with those members as well as other survivor groups as well. We know that they themselves are the experts. Those with lived experience are the ones that know how they got there, know what had happened, and also know a lot of the gaps that exist in the laws as well as in other communities to be able to effectively address it. So we can't forget them as being a key expert in all of this. All right. Oh, I guess that was it. So the last thing that the other thing that I want to leave you with, though, is that, again, opportunity, how do we reduce opportunity, national action plan, laws, implementing the plan, and enforcing the laws. But I also want to talk about and leave you with the way forward. What are some of the issue areas that the US government, at least in the US here in Congress, that we're looking at and that we still have work to address? Because this is a never-ending, unfortunately, it feels like a never-ending kind of pursuit, but hopefully we will find some day where this is much better controlled. But what we're looking at right now, we've got a whole laundry list of issues that we're working on, which includes online exploitation, as I mentioned, which are all over the world, right, that this occurs. But we need to strengthen our laws in the US to ensure that we can provide safeguards for that here. But also the organ trafficking piece, right, where we are hoping to get a start in having it be reported and then eventually being as part of the severe forms of human trafficking. And then also, we actually don't really have a solid definition of what child labor is either. Also illicit financing, where there's also some bills out there on that as well, where we're trying to be better about understanding where we actually have sanctioned individuals and companies, but also what do we know about this from the US perspective, from within our own banking systems and whatnot? What are we doing to provide these safeguards? And also to sanction. And then also looking more closely at supply chain and also looking at hotels. Hotels are a huge avenue for this to occur. And then I would also add monitoring convicted child sex offenders. We already have a law on that, but this is something that we could also do more globally to be able to see where these child sex offenders are traveling for child sex tourism and being able to provide a way to protect these children. And then again, training law enforcement at all levels as well as judges. And then as we continue on countering authoritative regimes and extremist groups, and which also helps with national security. And then again, going back to sanctions, making sure that we're actually implementing those sanctions so that it could have the effect that it was intended to have, to reduce trafficking and to deter traffickers as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Your leadership in Congress has been extraordinary. We really appreciate your dedication in being here to support those who need your voice. So thank this panel very much so. It's been outstanding. You all did a tremendous job on a very, very critical issue. We're going to show a very short video. Dr. Samantha member of parliament. He is helping organize our forum in New Delhi, has prepared a video. He could not be here with us. He's an incredible individual. He has formed a college, you'll see, I've spoken there. About 40,000 students pay to go to one of them. And there's another 40,000 who go for free from K through university. Room, board, food, clothes, everything. They are fabulous people. But this is the anecdote. This is a way to prevent some of the trafficking concerns we have, is to prepare these young people. These kids are from the poorest of the poor. So we could prepare that video to be shown now. We'll see this video of Dr. Samantha, and then we'll go into some closing remarks. We're going to focus on Africa. Many, many challenges there. We have many who've come from there. We're going to have a couple people give us some brief remarks, and that will close out our day. We do know that the afternoons, people have to catch planes. Frankly, we shuffle these topics at the time of day on the forum because we know that some of the afternoon get less people. And so we change the time period that we show them in, but nonetheless, they're all incredible, very important. And Dr. Varun Sutra, thank you for being here, the associate of Dr. Samantha, a remarkable young man. So if we can see the video, thank you.
Good morning, everybody present on this auspicious occasion. Honorable Congressman, respected Mr. Robert Pittenger, also Chairman of the Parliament Intelligence Security Forum, US, all the honorable distinguished member of parliaments from the different countries present at this time, all the other distinguished personalities from different fields also present on this occasion. I am Professor Achyut Samant from India. At the outset, I should be excused by you all, including my dear friend, Mr. Robert Pittenger, that I am so sad I am not able to be present in person at this gala functions held at Washington, D.C. under the leadership of Mr. Robert Pittenger. I hail from Odisha province in India. I have been doing relentlessly for the last 31 years for the eradication of poverty, hunger, malnutrition, illiteracy, and to protect the children of marginalized for human trafficking and also give them justice of democracy and human rights as well as religious freedom. As I have already told you, I am Professor Achyut Samant from the Odisha state, which is in the eastern part of India. It was the poorest of the poor state in India. In the last 10 to 12 years, now it is developed state under the leadership of the present Chief Minister. I have developed a strong passion to take care of the particularly indigenous children and give them a permanent solution to them, breaking down the poverty and hunger which they have been suffering for the last century without anything in their hands. Because you should know that Odisha state, which was the poorest state, dominated by these indigenous people, 1/4 population belonged to this category. They were completely isolated from the mainstream and they live in the dense forest with poverty, hunger, malnutrition, illiteracy, superstition, everything. Initially, you can think of when we started or we ventured in 92, 93, there was no concept of bringing these indigenous children to the mainstream through quality education, which is the really permanent solution. So I have been doing it last 31, 32 years and I have become very successful. this has been possible because of strong passion I have within me for the poor. Strong passion means once I was also the poorest boy in one remote village of Odisha, India. My father expired in one train accident when I was only 4 years old in 1970. We are 7 brothers and sisters, widow mother. My father was a very small worker. He had not left anything for the 8 members family. So we all 8 members family struggling with food, accommodation, education, everything in those days during 1970 to 84. And I describe poverty in 2 lines for myself. We are so poor, we are not getting even 1 square meal in 2 days. My mother had no second pair of cloth to change after bath. That type of poverty we all 8 members experience. But working here and there in the villages, we got the education. After that, I did my master's program in chemistry. I started a teaching job in one college in Bhubaneswar, and it is God's grace to take care of these poor children and to protect them, particularly from the human trafficking and many other things. So I started 2 organizations with $100 in my pocket in 2 rented houses. One is known as Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology KIT. Now, one of the most promising and professional university in India and globe with 40,000 students from pan-India and from 65 countries, self-financing. Other one is the beauty of the entire world. Or people say it is the 8th wonder of the world. Kalinga Institute of Social Science KIS. Now it is home for 80,000 poor indigenous children, 40,000 pass out and 40,000 in the campus. Kalinga Institute of Social Science KIS is a school, is a college, is a university. From kindergarten to post-graduation doctoral program. That too fully free, fully residential. And it is the biggest in the world, fully free, fully residential, as certified by the Guinness Book of World Record, and KIS has got the UNESCO International Literacy Prize in 2022. So my objective is, as these poor children and their poor parents, because you will be surprised to know all these children are the first learners in their families. Now things have been changed, time has been changed. If these children will be educated, not only they will act as a change agent for their next generation, they will also very useful and valuable to the country. So I have thought of, because of my own experience, how to give a complete solution to this poor child. Complete solution is the education, quality education, and that too fully residential, to check the dropouts and many other things. Because I hope all the honorable members listening to me must be knowing how dropouts takes place in underdeveloped countries because of poverty. So, because of my own experience, I have developed a very good model that it is a fully residential, it should be fully free, as they are the poorest of the poor, and it should be from standard 1 to master's program, doctoral program. Once they join, they leave with the higher education job in the hands. Because you see, always, all bad things happens to the poor people. Be it child labor, child marriage, or human trafficking, or many other things. You cannot believe all the honorable members present here. KIS has solved many things in one go. And particularly I will touch the human trafficking points. Because you see, human trafficking is very rampant in many underdeveloped countries. And particularly, I am not taking the name of all those countries. And at the same time, it is also rampant in many states of India also. And human trafficking is a really cruel to the society. How children from the age of 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 or 14, 15 are being misused, tortured and taken as a bonded labor, sexually harassed. All these things are happening to the children from the poor community. So as case has already given decent life to 80,000 poor indigenous children. As policymakers speak that every child inspires another 10 to 20 children in the village to go for education and get a decent life. Indirectly, you have taken care of more than 1,600,000 children in Odisha and neighboring states, and directly you have taken care of 80,000 children, saving them from the child labor and also the child marriage and also trafficking from the human trafficking and many other things. And in Odisha also and other states also, there is known as Naxalism and Maoism, local terrorism. They recruit the children from the age of 13, 14 onwards and put them in the barracks and use them for all antisocial activities. All these things have come down to very negligible level in the last 30 years, I am telling in true sense. And because of this education, everything, you can say we are protecting the human rights. We are giving the justice of democracy. And at the same time, you all will be happy to know that in our case, Kalinga Social Science case, we have been running for the last, there is no religious bias or gender bias, everything. Not only more than 65% students belong to girls, women, and more than 5,000 children belong to minority community, that is the Christian community here in KISS. So, we are much above all these things. We only know education, 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 and everybody is same. In very short, I can say the financial model is very unique. I have developed in my own way. The growth of Kalinga Institute of Social Science KISS has taken place with the growth of Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology KIT, which is the self-financing universities. So I have developed a very good financial model because of the support of entire stakeholder of KIT, well-wisher of KIT, and parents of KIT, and students of KIT universities. I have been running this biggest indigenous institute of the world, KISS, fully free, fully residential. 90% of the total recurring expenditure are generally taken care of by the stakeholder of KIT, and at the same time, 10% is taken care of by the government of India as assistance. So in this way, this KISS, which has become the beauty of this entire world and visited by more than 120 ambassadors and high commissioner, more than 22 Nobel laureates and many prime minister, president from the different countries who have visited this place, including our honorable member, Mr. Robert Pittenger, who has fallen in love with my activities and with me. He is a great well-wisher of my activities. He is a great advisor to me, and also he is a great friend to me for all times to come. And lastly, I live the simplest of the simple life in a rented house. My only hobby is to see the smiling face with the poor children. So I once again invite all the August members, anytime they are coming to India, they should inform me that they should visit this place, which is only 2 hours distance from the cosmopolitan city you are coming, be it Delhi or Bombay or Calcutta or any other city in India. My representative Dr. Barun Sutra is there. I am very sorry because of Parliament session now is going on from the 4th December. I am not able to be present there in person because of my hardships, and I should be excused. My special thanks to Mr. Robert Pittenger for giving me this opportunity to tell about my activities, my feelings to all of you present here. So once again, thank you very much from my side. Thank you from the people of India and also my people of the Odisha state.
He's a wonderful man, and he's sincere wanting you to come visit. It's a remarkable institution. Thank each of you. Now, we will have some brief remarks from Mr. Ding and maybe one other regarding other perspective of issues there in Africa today. And that will close out our conference. So if you could please come forward, Mr. Ding. And we also have Representative Sha'Aban Abarim Sharadi. He's the president of the Nigerian Congress, House of Representatives, and he has a network of African parliamentarians for defense and security committees who are going to join us in our forum that we're planning in Botswana. So please go ahead.
Congressman Pittenger, thank you so much. You actually made our world a better place for your hard work and dedication for the unity and the peace for the next generation to come. My name is Bol Gaideng, very much representing the South Sudan government in exile, also presidential candidate, South Sudan, December 2024 elections. I'm here today to greet you, the members of parliament around the world, to let you know that South Sudan needs you. We must demand free and fair election in South Sudan, and that would not be possible without your support internationally. So we, the people of South Sudan, are demanding you to support them in this critical election. South Sudan is the youngest nation in the world. South Sudan just got independent in 2011. Bol Gaideng must be on the ballot. Born in Sudan, sold into slavery in age 7, escaped, sent to Virginia, to the United States of America, and fall in love with liberty and freedom for all. As a candidate, I love peace and prosperity. So we're here to call the world to help enforce freedom, free election in South Sudan. The Kush people of South Sudan are thriving to survive. For freedom to prosper, South Sudan has been a blessed country and proud heritage in the land rich with resources in the Horn of Africa. In 1983, South Sudan had been at war between the North and South. In 2005, Salva Kiir was appointed, not elected, appointed as the president to lead the people of South Sudan for referendum. In 2013, Salva Kiir have created his own war among the tribe of South Sudan. In 2015, Salva Kiir delayed elections in 2018 and as well in 2022. He have actually delayed election in South Sudan. We all know in Africa, most African members who are here today, understand very well Salva Kiir is equal war, and always more war. And we believe as South Sudanese, Salva Kiir is equal war on the people of South Sudan. We also believe Salva Kiir also is equal war for the environment in South Sudan. Salva Kiir is equal war on the economy and is stealing the oil resources. At this moment, Salva Kiir and his Chinese companies are wishing themselves, and the people of South Sudan are poor. Rape of the land equal massive famine in South Sudan today. As the member of the United Nations mentioned these quotes, the chair of the UN Commission, Yasmin Saka, said in 2022, As president, South Sudan is a safe haven for those who commit the most atrocities, violence. As a result, nearly 9 million South Sudanese still need humanitarian assistance to survive. That is starving 3/4 of the population of South Sudan, being killed, mapped, raped, and made homeless. And we know from other countries that credible truth and justice force us in the only way to stop this image. The army of South Sudan and the warlords, President Kiir destroying villages, market, farms, and livestock. People are fleeing to the swamp beside the Nile River in the Unity States, where they hide in the water as much as 12 hours a day. If the people of South Sudan, if the people survive being killed by the army and the warlord, they are thriving, they are starving to death. War and war and more war. War in the north since 1983, then after independence in 2011, Salva Kiir create the war upon the people of South Sudan. Violence, starvation, dislocation, war on the environment, as you see the image. Polluted water, both the facts with West Oil, Chinese oil companies are responsible for the massive land pollution in South Sudan. As you know, the war in South Sudan displaced more than 4.5 million South Sudanese in the East African region, Uganda, Kenya, and Ethiopia, and DRC. Uganda alone has 1.5 million South Sudan refugees. For our grateful brothers in the neighboring East African region, people of South Sudan greet you for your hospitality, for supporting us in this critical time in South Sudan. The South Sudan war between the North and South began in 1983. War continued in 22 years until truth agreement signed in Nairobi in 2005. 2.5 million people died in that war. Former Sudan minister, defend Kwal Manyang Jok upon his own friend, Salva Kiir, to become the transitional government in 2005. In 2011, African Union, international community, and the United States of America did election oversee, help South Sudan to board separate from the rest of Sudan. Kiir assumed role of head of South Sudan. President promised to call election in 2013 and did create a war among the South Sudanese. Civil war demonstrated adequacy of South Sudan government. Kiir canceled election in 2015, 18, and 2022. The world must pause honest election in December 2024. Salva Kiir, after visit the United Nations General Assembly recently in September, it was very much rejected by meeting Biden. Salva Kiir took off and went to Moscow to meet with Putin. Kiir met with Putin. Before 2005 was war with North Sudan for 18 years. Kiir has continued war, killing, carnage his own people. The United Nations peacekeepers have been sent by Chinese, mostly controlling the United Nations peacekeepers in South Sudan. I will mention this because we knew during the Dr. Martin Luther King quotation, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Injustice in South Sudan is injustice in East Africa. The justice, peace, prosperity in Africa is directly correlated to the justice, peace, prosperity of the United States and around the world. Africa has tremendous potential, faster growing youth population. Africa will continue gaining power. Greater justice is needed now. So this power is in the right hand. Equal justice will have faster development and prosperity for the people. I have been blessed with the opportunity to collaborate with international and local civil organization in the United States. One is HWPL, is collaborating with the parliament of several countries to train and equip lawmakers how to strengthen enforceable laws for peace and have a strengthened resolution through the declaration of peace and cessation of war that were adopted at the Pan-African Parliament. This September, HWPL has had me in the U.S. Congress, Jim Board, and also the African ambassador to the United Nations, met for the first time. And this kind of connection need to be made and utilized in order to strengthen the security in the region of Africa. I'm afraid that the African Union will continue working with the HWPL and the Troika nation, the Norway and UK and the United States, to press Kiir for honest and free election in 2024. Free and fair election must happen in South Sudan, which is necessary for the peace in the East Africa and beyond. Yet, while I am the peace candidate for the president for South Sudan, Salva Kiir met with Putin, who actually Wagner groups is helping the military coups in the West Africa regions. South Sudan national security, which has been accused by international human rights organizations of human rights abuses several times, arrest former Northern Barkazali State Governor Kwel Agüero Kwel and religious personality like Abram Shol Makir, July 2021. Then in 2023, after Kwel won the case, Kiir had Kwel passport removed. As now, Kiir is under seeking medical treatment, Salva Kiir removed a passport from him, banned him for travel to go abroad to seek medical treatment. Kiir trying to kill Governor Kwel by denying of his life-saving medical treatment. And Martin Luther King I mentioned in the jail when he was in Alabama. Injustice always is a threat to justice everywhere. So the justice of Governor Kwel must be very much demand, and Kwel have to go for medical treatment. We say human trafficking. I'm here going back to human trafficking. We say this, human trafficking, when we shall say slavery. As a former slave running away from Sudan, I don't believe human trafficking is a sound word for somebody surviving slavery in the 21st century. In the world today are more slaves than ever before. Labor slavery, also child slave, and sex slave, women and men and boys and girls, circle slave, dead man working, Chinese lead in the cutting out body part to sell on the black market. 2.1 million for one kidney, equal to $400,000 US. Let us in the world hand all form of slavery forever. Therefore, I am here with you today, representing the South Sudan government in exile, a grassroots movement among the South Sudanese, advocating for a government by the people and for the people. We network around the world, assemble well-educated leaders who aim is peace, unity, and form the Quick Democratic Majority Party, laying a foundation to build people government, and the work is hard, but the goal is simple. The people of South Sudan shall flourish in their homelands. And the Republic of South Sudan government in exile mission is to reclaim the ability to live stable and productive life in South Sudan by establishing a government of the people with free and fair election. Ball guiding and all the candidates must be on the ballot in 2024. Not only Kiir, a strong man, and his vice president, warlord Riek Machar. Free and fair election must have from the Troika members, United Kingdom, United States, and Norway. most important, international community and the international community and the United Nations as well as African Union. In conclusion, I will leave you with Martin Luther King's dreams. As a young man that sold in slavery at age 7, ran away to be free in the United States, learn and love liberty and freedom, now running for the president of South Sudan in December 24, I have a dream. The world, newest nation, South Sudan, the biblical land of Kush, will have a new birth of freedom, peace, and prosperity, and also become the world leader to end all slavery forever. May God bless you, and looking forward for next event. Thank you. Well guiding.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members in the House, good afternoon. My name is Gathoni Wamushomba. I come from Kenya. I'm a member of Parliament, serving on my second term as an elected woman leader, representing a single constituency. I am here to bring a perspective, and I was very, very keen this morning, Honorable Robert, and even yesterday, to hear the appeal that we should disengage from China. And how to disengage from China becomes very difficult for some of the countries like Kenya, where we have already made serious commitments, we have taken serious concessions and loans that are going to take care of us for the last 30 years, for the next 30 years. Then it becomes very difficult for us to disengage. From this forum, I sat and listened, and I just want to throw a challenge to the honorable members in this House and in this forum. I think it is time for us to start engaging and asking how we are going to help those nations that have already engaged themselves so deeply and so tied to countries and to regimes like China, and how we are going to bail them out. As we speak right now, I am a member of Parliament from Kenya. My staff members cannot be paid salaries from my government because my government is getting broke. Why is my government broke? Because we took over loans that we cannot afford to pay. Why is my government getting broke? Because we took money for infrastructure programs for the next 25 years, and we cannot afford to pay. As we speak, I want to plead with the honorable members in the House. I think it's time for us to have a very candid discussion. What was the intentions of those loans? Were they aimed to auction African countries? As we speak, my country is selling off national assets. We are selling off our seed company, that the only seed company that can help us propagate seeds and protect the integrity of our seeds. We are selling our national monument. Kenya International Convention Center is on sale. That is our national monument, our museums. We are selling these assets because we are not able to pay loans. What was China's intention in loaning us this kind of loans? You have discussed here about corruption, conflict of interests, and many other procedures that have been followed to execute these loans. As I leave this forum, I am very humbled to have attended this forum, but I want to throw a challenge to all of you. Let us sit down and see how we are going to disengage from China and provide solutions and new routes to African countries that are being auctioned for loans they cannot afford to pay. Thank you very much.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. At the commencement of my presentation, I would want to start by sincerely commend the chairman of the Parliament Intelligence Security Forum, Honorable Robert Pittenger, for organizing this very important conference, which is the 26th edition in series, taking place today in Senate Building, Washington, D.C., United States of America, which drawn more than 240 Parliament diplomat security experts from 64 countries in the world. My presentation seeks to share knowledge and experience on security matters in my capacity as Honorary President, Network of African Parliamentarians for Defense and Security Committees, as well as the former Chairman, House Committee on National Security and Intelligence, Nigerian National Assembly, and now Executive Secretary, National Commission for Almajiri and Out-of-School Children Education in Nigeria. Another significant point worth mentioning in this presentation is the inspiring declaration and support for a new Africa that provide opportunities for growth, continental security, youth development, and interregional cooperation with the continent to foster its unity, stability, and conduciveness, especially for the young Africa who are now not only future African leaders, but also the custodian of African hope and aspiration. This declaration was made on 28th of July 2023 at the extraordinary session of the ECOWAS Head of State and Government by one of the African famous serving president, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, who doubles as newly elected chairperson of Economic Community of West African State, ECOWAS. The declaration made by Nigerian President justifies the need for this conference and assures the conference of immeasurable support of Nigeria's president, a resolution that requires any commitment aimed at ensuring the Africa we want. In order to sustain this initiative consistent with several continental declarations in various public fora, the Africa must remain committed in promoting education as the best catalyst for human endeavor, with task reinforce the need for inclusive participation of Africans, particularly the youth and women, in democratic governance and all aspects of human endeavor. And at this juncture, I would want to use this medium to highlight the critical intersection between insecurity and issue of out-of-school children in Nigeria. As we all know, out-of-school children are children of primary or secondary school age who are not enrolled in a school or educational program. According to UNESCO report 2023, estimated over 244 million out-of-school children, which include adolescents worldwide who are currently out of school. World Bank report 2023 says sub-Saharan Africa account for 20 million out-of-school children, which is almost 47% of the total population of out-of-school children in the world. And in 2022, Nigeria accounted for 20 million children out of school, followed by Ethiopia with 10.5 million, then Democratic Republic of Congo with 5.9 million, and Kenya with 1.8 million, which means we can say Nigeria is the third after India and Pakistan. The challenges has been responsible for increasing socio-economic crimes, mass rural urban migration, and cross-Atlantic movement to Europe, America, Canada, against immigration laws. As a result of these challenges, posing the threat to national security, regional and continental socio-economic development, Nigeria has recently established a national federal agency called National Commission for Almajiri and Out-of-School Children Education, which I was appointed as a pioneer executive secretary in May 2023. The government of Nigeria and the leadership of His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, recognize the magnitude of these challenges and actively working to address it. This commitment is manifested by significant increase in budgetary allocation to the education sector, specifically targeted towards tackling the issue of out-of-school children and Al-Majri included. Similarly, in my capacity as the Commission's Chief Executive Officer, I was charged with the responsibility of developing a strategic plan to address the out-of-school children syndrome and facilitate the intervention of relevant stakeholders to support the Commission in achieving its statutory mandate of ensuring effective provision of education, vocational training, skills acquisition to make them productive citizens by reducing the number of out-of-school children in Nigeria by 50% in 2024. In line with the global best practice, the Commission's program will not only provide them basic education to out-of-school children, but to provide them with basic literacy, numeracy, critical thinking, and vocational training for self-employment and for livelihood. The Commission's skills development program will only be on market-driven trades and vocations that are on demand. The Commission's strategic plan including the following. 1, the Commission plans to reduce the number of out-of-school children and Al-Majri by 5 million from January 2024 to December 2024. The Commission targets integration of 50,000 learning centers per annum, which will translate to 200,000 learning centers between 2024 to 2027, with an average of 100 learners per center, making 5 million centers per annum by 2027. 20 million out-of-school children and Al-Majri would be integrated, having graduated with qualitative basic education and skills for livelihood from learning centers. Number 3, the Commission's plan to deploy 250,000 N-Power teachers to 50,000 learning centers each year, which estimated to be an average of 5 teachers per center. These teachers are skilled in providing instruction in basic literacy, numeracy, critical thinking, and vocational training. Additionally, to ensure commitment, compliance, and buy-in of the stakeholders, the Commission plans to recruit, train, incentivize, and absorb 100,000 proprietors as teachers and facilitators annually, which will translate to 400,000 by 2027. Each of the 200,000 integrated learning centers, as I mentioned earlier, will be assigned with 2 personnel. And second to the finally, to enroll 500,000 overage out-of-school children and school dropout from 2024 to 2027 in vocational program. Additionally, to enroll additional 500,000 overage out-of-school children and school dropout in open school program in different locations across the country from 2024 to 2027. 5,000 facilitators and teachers to be trained and recruited to be into accelerated basic education program. Accelerated basic education program is a program whereby we intend to compress 9-year program into 9 months to have a basic literacy, numeracy, and critical thinking, as well as a vocational training. As part of its effort to integrate out-of-school children, the Commission plans to implement a school feeding program offering 2 meals per day to about 5 million out-of-school children, approximately in 2024 alone. The Commission will also support learning centers with basic infrastructure, such as hostels, shelter, clean convenience, toilets, halls, sheds, first aid, and basic health care, access to clean water, as well as renewable sources. On vocational training and skills center, to establish 37 vocational and entrepreneur centers within 4 years to train out-of-school children in Nigeria. To establish 37 special evening short courses on vocational entrepreneurship in the areas of persons with special needs across the country. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, in line of the foregoing, I have considered it expedient to use this global forum to solicit for support of development partners, members of diplomatic corps, NGOs, and other relevant bodies to aid the Commission in building schools, vocational centers, acquiring modern scientific learning centers, provide manpower, capacity development, ICT equipment, and any useful intervention that will enhance its efficient service delivery. I thank you immensely for listening. I look forward for the future engagement, hopefully in Africa. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, distinguished participants. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Wonderful.